Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome. Welcome to episode 7, I think, of... Is that true? Is that true? Episode 6. Is it... I'm... Episode 7. Y'all, it's episode 7. I don't even know what to say about that. It is episode 7 of Season 5 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign following the exploits of various people who are trying to fight against fascism in World War II on all different fronts. And we have a special guest today. And I am very excited for our very special guest. But let's do our first things first. First things first, thank you everybody who's here, who's watching. It is much appreciated. You being here is what makes the show, this game, sing, because your impact and your feedback is really helpful. And I want to thank everyone who's watching live or watching on VODs or who are watching on YouTube. We have some YouTube watchers. Thank you for watching. And if you want to support the show, if you're on YouTube, you can, like and subscribe. Yay. If you otherwise, you can do things like let people know that we are live. You can retweet our going live tweet if you like. You can tell your friends, tell your enemies, tell everybody you want. You can do all of the propaganda to get people to watch the show. You can also, we have channel points. And the channel points usually allow our players to get more fate points, but I'm not letting them have any extra fate points right now. They don't get them. I might give them back later, but we'll see. However, are they reversed? They are reversed. Thank you. Thank you, Hawkeye. We have some reverse labels. I will be fixing them in a moment. I was like, there's one last thing I need to do. What was it? And I forgot what it was, and now I remember it was I needed to swap those nameplates. Thank you. Swapping the nameplates. Nameplate swap, and this one, boom. Thank you. Nameplate swap accomplished. Thank you. So you can do that. But you can't do that today. But you can, if you like, give bits or tips. And those bits or tips, if there's a message, we'll read them out at the intermission and at the end. And those bits and tips also go to, they go to pay the cast, is what they do. You can also join our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, which also goes to help pay the cast, because everybody gets paid. Well, they all get paid. I may or may not get paid, depending on how much we take in during the course of the season. If I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. It's fine. And let's see what is going to happen. You can also join our Discord. We have a Discord. And I think that's all of that. I think it is, at least. So, I will give you some context about who they are, what's going on. But first, I do want to thank and introduce our cast. If we could... I should say that our you viewers just gave a huge amount of help not too long ago as a group goal to sort of generate a bunch of assets for our heroes, which will come into play soon. Yes. That said, let me go and have each of our players introduce themselves. If you could, introduce who you are, and then who you're playing. That would be great, and then we will sort of dive in. And I would like to start off with the person to my left, because I'm mirrored. Greg. Greg, who are you and who are you playing?
Hi, my name is Greg, Grimjack 21502. I'll be playing Oscar Mueller, reformed Gestapo agent. I'm so happy to be back, everybody.
I've missed you all.
Recreational city of Paris during the occupation.
Yes. Yeah. This is, by the way, the 4th episode with the full crew. I'm going to just note that because that means something. And then we're going to go to the person right over here. KP, who are you and who are you playing?
Hello, everybody. My name is KP, and I am playing the Dr. Preetam Jaswant Singh, a.k.a. Prince Preetam Jaswant Singh. Mm-hmm. And there it is. That's especially the second part, especially today, may be coming into play. So
interesting. And then down over here with one of our new haircuts, I would like to have Laugh Love Lindy introduce who you are and who you're playing.
Hi, I'm Lindy, and I have a new haircut, and I love it so much. My neck is grateful. But I am playing Frieda Engel. She is a famous German opera singer. And as our good doctor put it, like a month ago, hella pregnant. And just tragically a widow. Oh, so sad.
So much mournings.
Bye-bye, German
so,
Nazi husband. Bye-bye.
We're so devastated.
And then over here, our next haircutted or new hair dude player, Dot. Who are you and who are you playing?
Friends, I am Dot. You can find me where our little red dots are found, like here on Friday nights. I'm back with Regina. She has a haircut. To her avail, it has been made perfect and awesome, and nobody's gonna know the difference thanks to Preetam's very deft hands.
Mm-hmm. And we have a guest who's right over here. This guest I'm very excited about. I have played RPGs with this guest before, and this guest is such a delight to play with. And some people, and I'm not going to say who, KP, they have been courting danger by sending telegrams back home, and
I was asked to. I didn't want to.
oh, I
That's
don't know
true.
about that. I don't know. And
I
then
was sorry. This was the plan by everybody else. I
don't-
didn't want to at all.
I don't know about that. All I know is that some people, KP's character, have been talking all sorts of smack on the radio, have been very, very public, sent a telegram back home being like, oh no, I have this terrible fever. I'm sure it's fine, although I can't get out of bed. Whatever. And then also, I met somebody interesting, but whatever. Somebody has just put like all sorts of, what's the word? Raw
Scandalous
meat for the bait. And now that's going to manifest in Pooja. Who are you and who are you playing?
Hello, everybody. I am Pooja. You can find me over on Twitter at Pooja, and at Poojaberwalkie in the Twitch chat tonight. And I am here to mostly make KP miserable as Dr. Preetham's younger sister, Nalini. She is a princess of Rajputana, and she's here because, well, her brother's apparently been causing some stuff, and you don't get to start shit and then not expect your ever-loving, loyal, overbearing family to come find out what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, so
So what you're saying is KP fucked around, and now he's gonna find
You
out.
gotta
Yeah.
find out.
yeah,
That's what I heard.
that's what I heard too.
This is not even his fault. None of it
I
is
feel like it's totally his fault. At least we're just gonna blame him. We're just gonna blame him. Now, one thing I like to do whenever I start the game is I like to ask each player a question about their character. It's first a way to get to know their character a little bit. And since we have a princess in town, I have a question that I would like to have each one of you answer, and that is, it's about your schooling. I would like to know, and I'm going to ask this in a very specific way because because I feel like asking it in this way will highlight some differences between the characters in ways I find interesting. So, tell me about your character's experience at university. If your character didn't get to go to university, why not? And how do they feel about that? So yes, I want to know about your character's relationship. You know, how was your character, how was their time in university? Tell me something interesting about it, and if you didn't go, tell me about that. Let us start with our guest. I want to know, Pooja, tell me about Nalini's, did Nalini go to university? If she did, where? What was her relationship? Tell me about this.
Nalini did not go to university because if she were going to university, she'd be there right now.
Yeah.
Instead, Nalini is very much self-read, self-taught. The benefit of growing up in a palace is that libraries do exist. She was taught to read, maybe as a lark, we don't know. But so a lot of her knowledge is self-obtained. And, you know, she she would have loved to go to university, but her path is different. And I think she's actually okay with it.
Yeah.
Because she's not of the opinion that she can't make a difference just because she is not university educated.
I know that there's I can't remember where it is right now, but I think it's in Kolkata. There's a women's university that is, I think it's British run, that is quite popular at this moment. But I think it's a lot of middle class, sort of upper middle class Indian women who go to this particular university. Like that, I think that's that kind of sort of like trades. You know what I mean? Like people who are like sort of big business people's daughters go there. That sort of a thing. Is that's there's a particular kind of cast of people who get to go to this university, and it may not be the royals. You know what I mean? Because they may have other things to do.
Well, and the other thing there is that speaking from familial experience from 30 years later, family is often very unwilling to send their young daughters across the country for education, when they will gladly do the same for their sons.
That is also true.
Didn't happen to my mom or anything. Don't worry.
Oh, no. Well, speaking of sons, why don't we head over to KP? Let me ask the question. Tell me something about your character Preetam's relationship to his university schooling.
I think he's very much involved with it. He was very much proud of being an Oxford alumni, not only because of the prestige, but more so because that was the first time he could be himself. That was the first time he kind of broke away from the expectations of being a prince. He kind of, I feel like at some point, like initially, you know, you when you make friends, like they might have been a little apprehensive, like, oh, he's a prince. But then later on, like that would be the first time I think he met people who stopped seeing him that way and just actually became friends. And then like the nickname might still have stuck, like, oh, here comes the prince. But the intonation, the meaning behind it is a lot more casual, a lot more jovial, a lot more friendly, without the airs. So like he kind of just for the first time could be himself. And so he has a very strong affection, I think, to his university and to his you know, alma mater.
Huh. So I'm sorry. I just want to make sure I got this right. So some people got to leave their home, go to a different country, get to find out who they were, get to become a new person, get to be seen outside of their obligations, got to just like sort of leave their obligations and be a whole new person and reinvent themselves, and was really proud of it and loved it a whole lot. And then some other people didn't get to do that. And have been at home the entire last couple of years while you were running around having a great time. Is that right?
I see where this episode is going. I see where this is all happening.
I'm glad you're seeing this now.
This is let's shit on.
If you think everything here is specifically targeting you, you're right.
No, I just wanted to clarify. I just wanted to make sure that I got that right. Okay. Speaking of not having to deal with familial obligations, or perhaps familial obligations, I suppose I should ask Dot, what is Regina's relationship to university education?
Education was the only respectable thing that she could do as a woman of her class, so she did a lot of it. It meant that she was out of the house. She grew up in a boarding school after her mother died, and everything she's known up until her arranged marriage that very clearly went through, and she's definitely married to the man she's supposed to be married to. It's definitely all happened the way it was supposed to. Was all college and academics, which is why she's a historian and a photographer and a chemist, and she used school as an excuse to not have to go out into the real world so she didn't have to marry, as long as she was being educated. That worked out for her.
Did she enjoy?
Oh, I imagine so. You know, an overbearing girlfriend
well, there was
is
that.
an understatement of most of that collegiate experience. But I think college was the one and only time Regina's ever been able to be even a sliver of her true self,
Mhm.
because a lot of forgiveness is given in those like years of like of that. So she could kind of get away with being with a woman, right? She could kind of get away going to a cabaret here or there. She could get away studying art that was considered degenerate because it was part of academics. Like she could get away with a lot of things that were really a true part of herself, which is why I think there's a lot of comfort in the academic setting for her.
Right, because Regina's family also had money, yeah? Yeah. Okay, so let's just like slide over to two other characters whose families also had. Well, I would say money, but that would sort of, I think, be perhaps not accurate. Or the opposite of that. Hey, famous opera singer. Everybody knows that opera is pretty fancy and all of that. What about your character's university education? Tell me.
Zero.
Zero
university education and experience. Frieda was very poor, and you know, university requires you to have time not spent working, to make money, to eat and buy medications for your dying parents and things. So yeah, no, she definitely did not attend university. Because she was waiting tables and or acting, or helping her uncle with work. She didn't have time for university. And then she learned all her theater stuff at the theater. And then when she maybe had time for university, and maybe would have appreciated getting out of the house and she had a jealous, controlling husband who was like, no, you need to be focused on your wifely duties. And like pop out some kids and stuff. And she was like, that's not gonna happen. But she didn't say it like that. So she didn't attend university.
How does she feel about
now that she's away from said husband, she doesn't care about it anymore. It was like an excuse that maybe would have been a thing, but she's fine. She's who she is today because of the experiences she's gone through, and she doesn't feel like she's missed out. She just feels like she's had a different experience than other people.
Which leads us to Oscar, last but very much not least. Yeah, what about Oscar's university experiences?
Very similar to Frieda. He didn't have any. I would like to think that, giving his proximity to Berlin and whatnot, and the fact that he was in the art scene as far as the theater and the cabarets would go, that he probably, as one would want to do, friends and fans of the arts and benefactors, maybe he would have gone into classes in universities, where they would have either invited him or he would have been able to kind of tag along to get in. Recognize that he was missing something, but that particular period in his life was the happiest that he had. And so while he might have missed like the formal education of university, I don't think it was something that he longs for now or considers or regrets not having spent the time there.
So was the Puck performance a non-collegiate performance?
It was a collegiate performance, but he was there not as a student.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. He kind of got in with that university crowd. And that's where he would have met you and a couple of other people. But, as far as being an active student or someone that attended the classes legitimately, he was not. He
was playing a Luke, right? He's just thinking it.
Right.
Hanging out.
There's more money to be made in the cabaret. And when you look like a young Chris Evans, I guess that's, a good thing in Berlin.
You got other things to do, and I'm just going to make sure everybody's got their fate points that they should have, because everybody gets some fate points. Everybody gets some. I feel like that's a fair thing. Yes.
I've been to honky tonk.
I have been to honky tonk too. We have to. Hey, everybody, we're back. By the way, we're back online.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
Welcome. We're discussing honky tonks.
We're discussing honky tonks and how I have been to many a honky tonk, and we're gonna have to talk about that because I'm very excited. Just a note. Let me see if I can get this. Okay, here we go. All those are in. Boom. Perfect. Hey everybody. OBS just crashed for a second. Sometimes it gets a little stressed out, I think, and it just had to take a moment. We're back. Good. We're back. Everything is lovely. So we are going to sort of raise the curtain on our game. It is Wednesday, April the 22nd, 1942. This is 2 days after the events of the last events that people have been taking part of. In those last 2 days, there's some questions about what has been going on. A lot has been going on. There are a number of things that happened in last week's episode that the players don't know anything about, but will learn. I would like to note that based on some of the things that happened last week, there should be an increase of our doom violence clock, but there were some sacrifices made, and so that clock will not increase. Had those sacrifices not been made, that clock would indeed increase, but that is one of the consequences of some big sacrifices last week. Your violence clock will not increase, but things did happen. You'll find out about it. But let us begin, shall we? On Wednesday, around 10-ish in the morning, at the train station, we know that the prince's sister is arriving by train because she sent a telegram saying that she was on her way. And I would like to know who is going to meet her at the train station.
Oh, absolutely, Preetam. He's over there, and you can see him just like kind of pacing back and forth, looking, along the rail, like either direction, kind of just like not fidgety, but just not even quite anxious, just like waiting. And then like occasionally he will pull out like a little pocket watch, kind of look at the time and put it back away and kind of tap his feet, kind of just waiting a little.
Who else is at the train station?
Oscar would go if you require his assistance. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'm getting ready for a brunch.
Yeah.
So I imagine that Regina right now is in a full-on panic of the worst kind.
Oh no.
And if the brunch is today, then that means Freida's probably also
Oh yes, I've threatened Frieda with an inch of her life that you have to be here for
I
this.
have a question. Is your event a brunch or is it dinner?
Oh, it was always meant to be a brunch.
It's a brunch. Okay.
It was always meant to be an afternoon brunch in the garden. Sweaty men,
like a tea time lunch, kind
like
of
a tea time. Yeah.
All right. So look.
We want good lighting.
Good lighting.
Pleasant
Yes.
breeze, very spring.
Yes.
Spring
We need
here.
all of the men that we've placed to be sweating, moving boxes for absolutely no reason. Like this has to be a ladies' brunch.
We have. There's going to be.
Yes. You can't do that after dark. Well, it's more difficult to see the sheen of the glisten.
This brunch is going to be a challenge to set up for this brunch. By challenge, that is a fate thing. And so there's going to be some roles that I'm going to have you all do to represent some of the things you've been doing in the last 2 days to get ready. But we have flashbacks as a game aspect, and we have some questions that I want to ask, generally speaking. But that's not the first question I have. The first question I have is, what time is your brunch? Is it tea time? Is it like an afternoon? Like when is your event?
I imagine it's before lunch, so like 11 or.
Because like, isn't tea later? Like tea's like a 2, right?
Yeah, I would say it's like almost like around a siesta time.
I don't know. I don't do tea time. Brunch for me is always like 11.
But yeah, brunch is different. Yeah. I think instead of just.
But if it's a tea,
you can also have breakfast tea. Like
my thought was like a more of a breakfast type thing. Like there would be like
a brunch. Yeah, like the women who come here will probably stay through like lunchtime and then leave afterwards because these social events go on for hours.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my god.
It's a late breakfast, early lunch, brunch, like
and
11.
Tea probably in there somewhere.
And tea probably is like, oh, now that we've had tea, we should go home. Yeah.
So if you have an 11 a.m. brunch event, then the train will come in at 8 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's an overnight train as well.
Well, yes, that makes sense then.
You're
From where?
I was asking, like, is there a train that goes all the way from?
Yes, hey, trains have been doing very well. It's just a very long
Yeah.
train ride.
From the coastline.
Yeah, it's no, I was doing my don't ask, don't was I spending
Just
too much
yes.
time looking at 1940s train routes? Yes.
Yes, you were.
Yes, I was. Yes. Today it takes about 16 hours. So back then, it would take, you're probably looking at, especially because there's slowdowns because there's a war going on, it would probably take you about, a good 20 something hours with some like overlays. But yes, you can definitely take the train through. It just would be an experience is the best way I'm going to put that, because you're going through a bunch of territories that are not happy with each other. And so every time you cross through a country, there's like checks, and all the checks are invasive, and what kind of checks they are and where you're going. It's like a lot of being questioned by people all the time. Now, you have money. So your checks are different. You're in first class in you have a nice sleeper car. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have your experience on that train is not everybody else's experience on that train is what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
And this is going to be something that you get a lot of protection in many ways from many experiences that you don't have to have if you don't want to. And where you're at on this train, your experiences are quite different than everybody else on this train, and you may not even realize how different your experiences are. One of the things you experience is that the train has a lot of delays, right? Something that should take a lot less time takes a lot more time than it would otherwise. But you have very good food. You have somebody coming in. You have you probably have a maid who's sort of dedicated to your cars. Your car is like very, very comfortable with a full bed. Like, everything is just set up for you that it's very nice, that you don't have to worry about it so much. You have everything you need. Now, of course, that said, you'll pass by, especially if you're coming from India, that means you're coming from the east, which means you're going to be coming through some parts of there's like evidence of bombings, destruction if you're looking out the windows, depending on where you're going, especially when you're going through Eastern Europe. There are times when it's not so great. Do you know what I mean? The things outside of your window, at least. And you will regularly have people come in and sort of ask to look at your paperwork, generally in a respectful way. But it is a long experience, a much longer experience. I do want to ask you this question, though. 2 questions. 1, you're leaving. Are you leaving on your own, or do you have a bodyguard with you?
There's definitely somebody traveling with her, because as previously discussed, she wasn't sent for university across the country. We're not going across the planet without protection.
Tell me about your bodyguard.
I think Nalini's bodyguard is probably someone who has been associated with the family for generations. My guess is a young enough man, but definitely older, definitely married. So I would say probably in his 30s, because they're never going to send her with a unmarried man. So in his 30s, but his father worked for the king. His grandfather, like, they've been in service to the royal family for generations, and have been well taken care of. So this is somebody who Nalini grew up with in the grounds, and feels very comfortable with.
Maybe perhaps Ishwar Akaval?
Sure.
And I think that's lovely. I think you have a good bodyguard. I know it seems like you have a slightly smaller retinue. Like this is perhaps not the most. How do I put this? Not like a big production, right? Like this.
Yeah. Yep. This is quietly done. I think quiet and efficient.
Yeah.
Was the order of the day. You know, Nalini definitely went with the family's blessing and everything, but they didn't want to draw a lot of attention to where she was going and specifically why. So, you know, as far as anybody back home, if they are asked, is concerned, Nalini just went on a little shopping trip to Paris.
I imagine you probably have a sort of a lady's maid or something, some sort of lady's maid / chaperone also with you. Would you say that is correct?
I don't know.
Let me know
because
what you think.
I just don't know about that era in India and women traveling.
Well, you'd certainly want to have some sort of male escort, unless you're poor.
Well, the male escort, yes, but I'm just talking about in terms of like female company. I don't know if there was such an overwhelming like gender discrepancy to where essentially it's more likely for Nalini to just be like treated like, oh, your ward kind of a thing.
Yes.
So like there's not really that much of a fear of inappropriate behavior. That's why Ishwar is older, is married, has known her. I think he's probably like
he's like a family, basically not a family member, like a family servant that's been in the family, that's been like generations upon generations that have kind of because you know you have that situation happen. So like he would have known you from when you were, you know, a young baby, and
you know what? I bet he's probably our oldest brother's main like, you know, he's slated to be the head of his security forces in the future.
Yeah, exactly. Like you grew up probably calling him Ishwar Chacha.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Oh,
probably,
Bhaiya for sure.
Ishwar Bhai. I mean, Bhai, I could, Bhai would be. I was just imagining him being much older, considering how old our brother is. Like he'd be in his like probably in his 50s, I would actually say.
Oh, really? That old? Wow.
I mean, you have someone like who's older, married, probably grew up with your brother, our oldest brother. So like
40s,
late 40s. Yeah. So like that's
like young enough to actually take care of physical threats, though. Like,
yeah. I was honestly thinking like Bahubali's what's his name? You know what I'm talking about. Never mind. But anyways, I was
thinking of what are they called? What are they called? They're the warrior class.
Sikh?
Well, we would be,
but there's like a sub the Sikh. What are they called? They're called they've got the.
Well, so are we Rajput?
I would assume.
Assume so. Okay, so it would be. I do not know that much about the Indian caste system, which would have been all over the place at this point. It would be somebody who is Kshatriya also.
Yeah, Kshatriya class. Yeah, for sure.
Which is what we would be.
Yeah,
As nobility. Well, as royalty specifically.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this question, which I think is perhaps the most important question, or a important question for this moment. Here you are taking this like fairly long and kind of, for many other people, miserable train ride because they're stopping all the time, right? Because you have to stop because of war, and then, you know, hopefully nobody's messed with the tracks and all of that. Is this the farthest you've ever traveled?
Oh, definitely. I think aside from family trips, things like that, to other friendly neighboring nations, things like that, Nalini definitely has not left India.
So this is the farthest you've ever traveled.
Mm-hmm.
I presume you speak French, because that is a language that one would speak. How many languages do you speak?
Well, KP, what's our mother tongue?
I would say
Is it Hindi or Marwari?
Marwari? Ooh. Maybe I'm not, I would for the sake of safety want to say Hindi just because
I don't
it's so
speak Marwari. I can't trap you on
yeah.
it.
So Marwari or Marathi. I don't think it would be Marathi.
Well, no, I don't think Marathi. We're too far north.
Yeah. So yeah, I would say just Hindi is a safe
Hindi.
bet.
Okay, so then definitely Hindi. Educated in English.
Yep.
French. Sanskrit.
Mm-hmm.
And probably has a passing knowledge of Punjabi.
Mm-hmm.
And Gujarati, just because of Rajasthan being in between the two states.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So you're okay. This is kind of exciting. So it's about 8 a.m. as you are pulling in to the big Paris metro station. It's been sort of like a bit of a moment, and your train sort of comes in and stops, and you are not yet. Imagine you're sort of getting things are sort of being packed up so you can go. How much did you take with you, by the way? Like, how heavy did you pack? Or light?
I don't think Nalini would have that much of a Western wardrobe.
Mm-hmm.
There would be whatever could be ordered from the tailor kind of quickly. So I'm assuming a couple of dresses, a couple of suits, so not very heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Just because most of her wardrobe would not be Parisian appropriate.
Yeah.
And then so probably 2 or 3 cases at most.
And so Ishwar is like, is going to carry the heavy things, of course. And I imagine Ishwar is, he's got that kind of a lean figure, like sort of muscular, but that kind of practical muscularity as opposed to like a bodybuilder muscularity. It's like somebody who is muscular and fit because they just train a lot. But more importantly, I think he's quite tall, but I think that he has very watchful eyes. I think if you want to think if you were going to think what strikes you about this person, you wouldn't think, oh, wow, look at those muscles. You'd think, oh, look how aware they are of everything at all time. Kind of like the Secret Service, right? How they're always scanning the situation. And I think that he sort of stands behind you carrying things, but that is the better to sort of make sure he can keep you safe, right? It's that kind of like a very serious and intense situational awareness. And as you're waiting to be let off this train, it's a long pause. The train is there and you're in the station for quite some time before you're allowed to go. And for those who are at a different part of the train, it's because the authorities are going through everybody's things. They're going through everything and checking everybody's paperwork and everybody's bags, right? You have the French gendarme and you have some Nazis sort of coming through, sort of harassing people, checking papers, checking everything. And this is a long process as like a huge number of these soldiers and police are going through the train and checking everyone. And Oscar and Preetam, you know this because you can see, but I would like from you both awareness.
Also, troopers, any way that I could speed this up as not Oscar?
Oh, why? In that case, could you give me, well, what would be your approach? You can do this through rapport if you were a friendly and welcoming sort of leader type. You could do this, which I know is so much about your persona, is so friendly and welcoming. You could do this with academics if you do this through paperwork purposes. You could do this through rapport if you're, or provoke if you're just hostile to people all the time. How would you try to get this to go through?
Okay, so could I use my perform and my stunt for when being a loyal Nazi, as far as this is just a, I don't want to say it's an act for importance, but with Preetam there, and with Oscar being there himself as Holgar, again, all eyes on us, the aspect being, it would draw some attention to the fact that, he's here from the propaganda department. There's obviously a reason for him being here, and then build upon that reason as we're waiting for there's a VIP coming, and that VIP needs to have this certain special treatment. I vouch for them type of thing.
Yes. What would you like to roll? Performance. Yes, please do.
Please.
Do you still want me to roll awareness?
I do want your awareness. I very much
Which
do.
is a mediocre, but okay. That's
great.
Yeah, of course.
Remember, awareness is your situational awareness, and many of you are not great at finding out.
I think that makes sense.
I think
that makes sense because he's just so focused about like wanting to meet his sister. He's been nervous, kind of like worried about her because he also knows this is probably her first time ever leaving. It's been a while since they've actually physically met. It's been a long time since they've talked. Like maybe he would have sent out occasional letters, but now being in this current situation, he just had so much little time to focus on anything else that the letters probably stopped from his end. So like the level of contact has just dwindled over the years. He still thinks of her very fondly, but it's just like now he's just nervous because it's been so long. So I could see why he wouldn't be focused around it.
Fantastic with the bullshit roll, a good with the awareness roll.
Yes, I noticed that. So you two are standing at this platform, and there are some sort of mid-level officials who have been sent off into the train to get them.
That right before they would get on that train, knowing that this is her train, Holgar would pull out his pocket watch and look at it and look directly at them, as if.
They nod. Now, Preetam is very concerned. Oscar, the security at this train station has doubled. There are a lot of people sort of around at this moment.
Anybody that shouldn't be there? Anybody focused more on, again, you just described a security professional that is more aware of their surroundings than themselves, or more aware of things that they shouldn't be as far as self-preservation, but more for protection purposes. He's looking for that same type of protector predatory.
Not like that. It is strange. It's a bit strange because it doesn't. It's how do I put this? When the city itself, like a living being, gets more, the tension in the city gets ratcheted up, right? When this happens, the tension in the city gets ratcheted up, and there are just more forces on the streets. The ebb and flow of Paris, and right, there's more security, things are more tense, right? Things are more dangerous, you've got to go and be more subtle. It's not.
Let me ask this question then, Trooper.
Yes.
I see where you're getting at. We have heard reports that there have been attacks at the train station. We in the past couple episodes. Is that something that, even with the enhanced personnel here, is that something that Oscar would feel is a danger at this particular moment? Like, is there a tension? Maybe even harkens back to his time in the field, like a pre-battle kind of atmosphere.
So that's the funny thing about it. You have heard about train attacks. These things. You would imagine that some of this increased security would be because of that, right? And you can tell that some of it is. But there's another layer of security that you do not feel as is tied to that kind of, that feeling, right? As a matter of fact, the best way you can put it is, you do not feel in some ways as if the city itself is more stressed or tensed, that is more on edge than it was before. So these extra troops seem to be a shift of some sort rather than an increase in tension. And you imagine it might have something to do with some rumors that you've heard about. There was an attack. There's the Velodrome Lviv, which is like the winter velodrome. Velodromes are like cycling arenas, but this velodrome, the winter velodrome, is like this very, very large and famous. You could call it a cycling arena, but it's actually
really nice place.
It's a really nice place, but it's actually used for like in the winter they'll like put ice on it. And people will like ice skate there. They have like circuses there or boxing matches, or like it's a kind of like a large. We in San Francisco we have one called the Cow Palace, but it's sort of like one of these sort of.
Like a sporting arena type thing?
Yeah, it's like a sporting arena that you can have, like, you could have a rodeo in it, right? Like, you could have, they wouldn't have rodeos, but you know what I mean. Like, you could have a rodeo in it. You could have a bicycle match, like a bicycle race. So it's kind of one of these really nice, big arenas. It's very large. And there was, like, a circus there. And there was an attack that happened in there. Somebody like, threw a grenade. And so there was some sort of violence that happened just 2 days ago on Monday in this velodrome. And can I get a roll from you?
You certainly can.
I need. This is a discover action, and I need to know how you get office gossip, like office gossip. Discover action.
Being the
working women?
biggest.
No, I need a skill.
Oh.
So again, Oscar's going to go back to being a loyal Nazi because this would be Holgar's just pure assholery.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Then that would be performance. Give me a performance roll to see for this info. Yeah, okay. You can get 2 questions or a question and a boost, and I'll give you the first question, and I'm going to give you the answer. Yeah, I don't know if you heard. I mean, you did hear, right? There was an attack at the velodrome. On Monday, and the temporary head of the SS, Elias Jäger, he was there at this attack. There was some sort of Gestapo action going on, perhaps some sort of Gestapo. It's unclear exactly what they were doing. Some sort of SS or Gestapo sort of action plan going on. But it clearly went badly. And listen, I didn't tell you. Yes? But some British resistance man just attacked Elias Jäger, who was there without, he was separated from his security somehow, and just beat him to a pulp. Just like, when I say beat him to a pulp, I mean had him on the ground and was just punching him in the head over and over again in the middle of this crowd. Listen, I've not seen him for the last 2 days. He seems to be busy or something like this, but I mean, everyone's talking about it back in the headquarters. I know that you work over here in this other place, not on Avenue Foch, but everyone's talking about he was on the ground and beaten like a dog by some British man, who I think might have even been drunk. I don't know. He was singing all sorts of football songs or something. It was very, very. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying anything. I would never want to cast any aspersions, but everyone's talking about how. I mean, he's only been temporary head of the SS for just like a week or 2 or 3 or maybe a month at the most, and he was just. Well, it was. I mean, I'm not saying anything about it, but clearly it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing. I mean, I heard he was a great warrior or something like this, but, well.
Okay, so Oscar would have them describe that again about 2 or 3 dozen times, and because he would relish the absolute beating of Jaeger. But beyond that, you said that I could have a question and a boost, and here's
or
where
2 questions. One
okay. here's where Greg's a lack of situational awareness when it comes to fate comes into play. It's a discover action.
Yes.
Can I use this to create an advantage against Jaeger?
Advantage, no, you can get a boost, or a boost that can help you when you sort of act on this information, or you can get a second question.
Okay, that's fine. That's what I'll do. So if I acted on this information against Jaeger, I could use the boost.
Well, you could, or in any way, actually, right? If you act on this in any context, you have a boost that is waiting for you based on
that is information specific. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, then
will you take the boost, or would you like another question?
Yeah, I'm going to definitely take the boost, because the question that he would have, where did the order come from to increase or redirect the military personnel or the security force presence that is now currently occupying? Is this coming from the military? Is this coming from SS? Does this come from Jaeger? Did this come from, and if this is can I put a comma in my question, they took it from somewhere, where'd they take it from?
Now I'm going to ask you I'm going to give you one last question here, one option. One thing you can do with this discover action is find out aspects. You can find aspects and consequences. Those are things that you can do. If you would like, you can find out an aspect related to this situation.
That'd be one of my questions.
That could be your questions, to find out an aspect related to the situation.
We don't know Jaeger's trouble aspect, do we?
You do, actually.
We know that.
You do know his trouble aspect. That is, he's a Lustmörder. He's like a sexual serial killer, is what he is. That you know. That is his trouble aspect, and you know it.
Oops.
You do. I will also say, because this is a consequence that was given by a PC, you also know that he is currently embarrassed.
I think the key word here is, may I say the key word?
Please.
Because humiliated.
Sorry, humiliated. He's currently
Possibly
humiliated.
Can I say how humiliated he is?
Please.
Because it pleases. He might be severely humiliated.
He has a severe consequence on him right now, which is that he is publicly humiliated at the moment. That is a consequence
Stuff happened last week
that he has on him.
Okay,
but there is another aspect that is out there that is related to this situation, and I would like to know if you would like to use your question to find out what that is.
An aspect related to Jaeger or related to
this situation?
Yeah, I'll take the aspect.
So your question will give you.
Can I take the aspect and then keep the boost?
Yes, absolutely.
I think I'd rather have the aspect than the question anyway.
Well, the question is, what is the aspect, right? So because your questions can always give you just general information or let you know aspects that are out there. The SS at this moment has a mild consequence on them that you don't know where it came from. How it happened. But when you ask about these troops, where they came from and all of that, people say, well, first off, they're military forces rather than SS forces that are around here. But what you hear is that this situation with the velodrome, we don't really know, but there was some sort of important target that was being snuck into Paris. We understand children, perhaps nobility, some sort of important children that were coming through. And I think that the SS was trying to capture them and find them. And well, I know that you yourself, you are a member of the Gestapo, but you are in propaganda, so listen, they lost those children. So everyone knows right now that the Gestapo were trying to go and find some sort of children that were being smuggled through the city, and my understanding is that they were at the velodrome, and the SS lost them. And I also heard that this was maybe not, it was like a chance for them to go and, rebuild up their reputation. And this man has only been the head of the SS, and he's only temporary head for just a short time, and he let those I mean, who loses children? How easy is it to capture children? Children should be easy to capture. They're just children. And he lost them. And, well, everybody knows it. And so I will let you know that currently the SF has a mild consequence that they have lost the children, and that has a free
Poor
invoke on it.
babysitters.
Yeah, poor babysitters.
Bad babysitters.
Bad babysitters, and that is something that has a free invoke on it that you can use. So apparently there was some sort of thing where they were supposed to pick up some children, and they failed it, and in the process of them picking up these children, Jaeger got beat publicly to a pulp. And everybody saw that too, and it just looked real bad for them. And so a lot of this sort of increased security doesn't feel like an increase in tension, but more like a shift in power from the SS towards the military, if that makes any sense.
Military's flooding the streets or public areas anyway
and like sometimes the SS would be here doing some of this, and they're not right now. The military is instead, right? So like some of the things because undercover police are often at these police station, at these train stations doing some of this work, and they'd been sort of encroaching a little bit more, and it looks to you as if some of these failures has caused the security, who's doing the security, to sort of shift from who has the authority and who has the power in this moment, to shift a little bit from the SS to the military. But at this point in time, you hear that they failed miserably at some plot, and their current head got beat to a pulp in public. Yeah.
Okay, can I will redirect my way to make sure that we have our VIP make it through the checkpoints easy. Can I make it sound like, and again, this is something that would be more of a respect between the military and Holgar, that, almost like rumor has it, if there's somebody that's going to take over in the near future for the beaten Jaeger, crazier things have happened. It might just be Holgar.
Could be. It could be. So, Nalini, you are in your first class car, and there's a knock on the door. And your security fellow, Ashwar, gets up and he goes to the door immediately. And there are these two low-level, look like in military uniform, soldiers, German soldiers with rifles. And they're like, they're here to go and look at the papers, and they seem quite hostile. And he sort of steps in to let them in, these two sort of youngish people who look a little irritated, a little bored, and a little bit like bullies, sort of step in, and they sort of give this survey of your first class car, and they look at you. And they're like, we're here to look at all of your paperwork to make sure everything's in order.
Of course, absolutely no problem. And she will nod to Ishwar to give both of their papers.
And he hands over the paperwork, and they start looking at it, and you can tell they're looking to see if they can find something wrong with it, so they can probably harass you, right? You kind of get that vibe. There's like a real sort of aggressive vibe about them that doesn't seem to be specific to you, but just how they are. They seem to be that way before they even walked into the cart, and one of them steps forward to maybe go through your things. And before he can touch anything, you hear a and at the door, there are these two other sort of German soldiers. These people seem to have much more on their uniform. And they step in and they're like, soldiers, we'll be taking this over. You're relieved. Go on about the rest of the train. And the men just sort of salute. They give the Nazi salute, and they move out very quickly out. And these two other men, they're sort of like, maybe early 30s, perhaps. One of them steps forward and goes, Your Highness, excuse me. We are here personally to escort you. We understand that you are a very important guest here in occupied France, and we are in Paris. Welcome to Paris. We would like to bring you specifically to your brother and one of your hosts. I hope that our regular soldiers did not bother you too much.
No harm done.
Good, good. Please, do you need any help in any way?
That's up to Ishwar.
He sort of thinks about it, and he says, yes, could you get those 2 soldiers to help carry this luggage, please? And the man goes, oh, of course. Walter, back, please. And the 2 soldiers with their rifles come out and go, yes, jawohl, sir. If you could carry these trunks, crates for our guest, please, Her Highness, that would be most appreciated. It's an order. And the men sort of like pick up the cases, and they follow their orders because they always just follow orders. And this gives Ishwar the ability to watch without having to carry things. He just carries sort of like one small bag, and he follows you, and then goes, and these 2 men sort of guide you out. Your Highness, I hope your trip was done well, and there were no troubles. You didn't have any sort of terrible, insurgents or something bothering your trip.
Oh no, nothing of the sort.
Oh,
just regular inspections, as one must expect.
Of course, I understand that some of these other countries are full of barbarians. I hope no one accosted you in any way when they were doing their inspections. They did not. They gave you the respect that you deserve, I hope.
I, for one, do not even think they knew I was there, and I was grateful for that.
And this man sort of like smiles. He says, you'll have to forgive me. I did not introduce myself. I am... He sort of smiles, and he tries to like figure out. It's you can tell that there's a bit of a pause as he's trying to figure out the best way to introduce himself. You can tell there's like a bit of like a slight crisis in titling, and he goes, you can call me Captain Kieber, with the German high military command, but you might also, I'm also it's Kieber, it's a Baron von Kieber also, and it is a pleasure to meet someone, a fellow nobility, and please, I understand very much the way it is to be noble and the sort of things that one needs and expects, and he's like sort of taking you through. Now, a Baron, of course, is a very, very low rank. He is not a high level noble in any kind of a way, but he's clearly wanting to bond with you, and I hope that you have the same sort of politics as your brother. He's very well thought of here in Paris, and we, of course, we support the Free India movement 100%, and we are hoping that the friendship between the Reich and also Free India can cause your country to grow and flourish and be free. And we are so pleased to have you if there's anything you need. And he's saying this as you're sort of being brought off the plane, and you can see in this huge crowd of people your brother, and standing next to a tall, handsome man, these 2 sort of figures, and of course they do have soldiers as guards with them. And this man, this sort of Baron, is sort of bringing you closer to them, and he's sort of going on about how respected your brother is and what an ally he is, and hoping that you can be good friends with the Reich as well.
I think the chat, and I'm also having the video jerk a lot.
Well, let's see what we have here.
Fine for me, but
not in Zoom, but on Twitch.
On Twitch.
Ooh,
yeah,
Twitch is twitchy.
Being a jerk face.
Yes. Well, luckily we're getting towards break, so I can fix that while we're there. Let me see what's going on.
Can chat at least hear us okay?
I think it's definitely, I think it's Twitch problem, because I'm same thing.
Yeah, I'm seeing some dropped frames. We will work on that.
I think reloading might help.
I'll try that.
Let me see. Because I think Dan.
Audio's good.
Yeah, audio's good. Let me get the answer to this question, and then we will go to break, and I can see what's going on there. And so he's like,
say the audio's clear though.
Yeah. So he's painting a picture of a brother who is very good friends with the Reich and is very well respected. And he's like, I hope that we can count you as a friend as well.
Of course, you are such friendly people. How could one not be friends?
Of course. And he brings you up to your brother and this man that's standing by him. He goes, Your Highness, Captain.
Oh, yes. Hello, Captain. And he kind of takes a little, like, he kind of sees the captain and kind of glances at the person next to and kind of goes back to the captain and then like looks back and kind of just stares. He goes, Nalini?
And that's where we're going to go to break, everyone, because I want to go check out our drop frames. It's a slightly earlier break than normal, but we've got some frame droppage going on. So y'all, the stream may go down during break, or it may not. We shall see. But I'm going to take care of this frame droppage. I will see you all after
I have full faith in you.
10-minute break, everyone, and we'll find out what happens when they meet and how these plans for brunch are happening. We'll be back in 10, everyone.
You can't do business with Hitler. We are now at war. There are but two alternatives, total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years, commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin. Presenting a radio series entitled, You Can't Do Business with Hitler. Episode 11, Swastikas Over the Equator. Douglas Miller speaking. Today you'll hear a great deal of discussion about the possibilities of a German invasion force based on Dakar in Africa, crossing the relatively narrow strip of 1,800 miles of the Atlantic Ocean and attacking Brazil. We must be alert to this possibility, but we should be even more alert to the fact that Germany already has an army in South America. Unbelievable? Not at all. Take Mexico, for example. In the spring of 1940, Baron von Bocker-Bocker of the German Gestapo arrived in Mexico City and was met by Arthur Dietrich, notorious Nazi fifth columnist. The two men then took an automobile and drove some miles out of Mexico City to a certain rural community where... I find our work a little different here than in Japan, Baron. You mean your work with the German residents? Yeah, it's basically with the German residents. Here isn't all Latin American countries. We Germans are concentrated in our own German community. Around strategic points. Strategic points, yeah. Army barracks, main highways, harbors, railroads, highways, etc. The group we shall see today is located in the neighborhood of a power plant, which supplies all the electric power for the capital. How inconvenient it would be for the Mexicans in case of invasion if this power plant were suddenly seized or blown up, eh, Dietrich? Precisely. Why this deserted road? I don't understand. Down it is now 1 minute before 2 o'clock. Precisely on the hour, you will see an army pass this point. A German army. A German army? Here in Mexico? Joke. Nothing to read. Look. A few seconds there. It is an army. Swastika armband, brown shirt, everything. Now, passing in review for your benefit, Baron, I suggest we arrive with an after salute. Jawohl. Heil Hitler! Heil Hitler! Wunderkind. There must be 500 of them. 510 to be exact. We have regiments like this all over Mexico. How can you display such strength without running into trouble with the authorities? We never could in Norway. To the authorities, Herr Baron, this is merely a hiking club for a picnic group, so to speak. Normally, we don't wear the uniform or hostages. Not lately, anyway. But you have arms. Yeah, there is no law against hunting, you understand. Therefore, we have a hunting club. Very good. Very good. And who pays for all this? German businessmen here in Mexico. And your headquarters? Schoolhouses. We have our own German school here. What is the Nazi party called here? The Anspruch Mexico. But our activities originate with what we call the German popular community, a group whose activities are purely social and recreational. Social and recreational? Yeah. You mean like hunting and hiking, eh? Is that a camera slung around your shoulder? Yeah, Baron. That is another of our recreational activities. Amateur photography, we have some marvelous pictures of parks, railroad terminals, arsenals, gun emplacements, and the like. Just a hobby, you understand? Yes. A hobby. Like hiking clubs and hunting clubs. Yeah, boy. Marvelous hobby. So you see, Germany has an army in Mexico, and the organization there is duplicated almost precisely in every country of South and Central America. You want proof? Read John Gunther's authoritative book, Inside Latin America. See pages 110, 111, and 112. Remember, there are millions of Germans living in South America. They have been there for years. In Brazil alone, there are 830,000 Germans. In the relatively little country of Paraguay, there are at least 18,000. Hitler has already made a number of attempts to seize control of various South American countries, attempts that many times came within a hairbreadth of succeeding. Consider the Nazi push in Bolivia. In July of 1941, a certain letter from Berlin addressed to Ernst Wendler, the German minister of Bolivia, fell into the hands of Bolivian authorities. A young officer in the Bolivian army took the letter to his furnace. Call me? A matter of business, Senor Colonel. May I speak with you? No, of course, Lieutenant. Sit down. Thank you, Senor Colonel. This letter, will you read it? Is it addressed to me? No, it fell into your hands quite by accident. It is addressed to Ernst Wendler, the German minister. Who is he from? Major Elias de Monte, our military attaché in Berlin. No, is it proper to read it? Senor Colonel, we must. Very well, then. Let me see. Senor Ernst Wendler, Honorable German Minister to Bolivia. We have received all the maps showing the most favorable sites for landing. Landing? Landing what? Shortly, Senor Colonel. Invaders. Oh, ridiculous. Let me read further. See. Everything will be changed when we assume power. We assume power. Who is we? The Nazis? The Nazis? See? Lieutenant, can you vouch for the signature here? I have checked with experts, Senor Colonel. That is Major Monte's signature. Incredible. Please continue. The situation is right for revolt. I will fly to Brazil upon war twice and take Cochabamba and Santa Cruz, where we have good friends. First, we take Bolivia, and then other countries under Yankee influence. Soon, other nations will follow us, and under the guidance of the Supreme Leader, we will save the future of South America and start a new era of order and work. Signed, Major Elias Belmonte. Unbelievable. Belmonte, a traitor? What is it yourself, Senor Colonel? I thought you should see it. You did just right, Lieutenant. Hand me that telephone. Yes, Senor Colonel. Hello? Operator. This call is urgent. Connect me with Army headquarters in La Paz. Unbelievable, isn't it? But the letter you just heard is a word-for-word quotation. If you want to see the letter yourself in cold print, get a copy of the New York Times for July 24th, 1941. Turn to page 4. If the Bolivians hadn't luckily discovered the letter in time, the Nazis might very well have a puppet government in Bolivia today. And what about the Nazi-inspired revolt in Argentina? In the summer of 1940, at the waterfront in Buenos Aires, a number of longshoremen were unloading crates when... Hey, you, Manuel, take it easy on the steps. Don't drop those crates.
Do not worry, Pedro. Manuel never dropped nothing.
You better not. Those are fruit in that crate.
Caramba, am I stupid? Do not I know it?
Furthermore, those crates are for Schwartz, Meinhammer and Company. You know what those Germans are about the damaged fruit.
For the last time, I tell you, shut up. I am not going to drop. Santa Maria, I told you to be careful. Caramba, Sita, I was careful, but I fell down the stairs. Did I put the stairs there? No. You do not blame me. Blame the hombre who put it back there. Manuel, you are fired. You are discharged. You're no longer employed. Look at that face. Look at his smash. Look at those rifles all over the street. Those rifles with... Rifles? What are the rifles doing in this crate? Pedro, so you are wrong, eh? You cannot read, eh? You said they were brute and... Santa Maria. Rifles. Rifles for Schwartz Meinhammer and Company. Manuel, you know what I think we do? No, Pedro. What we do? I think we call the police. Not hard to believe that Germany was smuggling arms into Argentina, is it? But if you want proof, see the New York Times for June 23rd, 1940. So many incidents of this type occurred in Argentina that the Argentina Congress started an investigation of Nazi affairs. At the height of the investigation in September of 1941, the Argentina police and army suddenly swung into action to quell a Nazi-inspired revolt. Nazis were arrested. Airports were seized by government forces as a protective measure. The German ambassador, von Kerman, was accused of fostering the revolt. Argentinian reporters interviewed him at the German embassy. Why will you not answer my question? Please, gentlemen, one at a time. Senor Kerman, is it true that there are some 60,000 German stormtroopers in Brazil? Of course, that's just ridiculous. What about the evidence collected by the government, Senor Kerman? The evidence consists wholly of false. Is it true, Senor Kerman, that the German embassy offered bribes to officers of the Argentina army? That is nothing but lying Yankee propaganda. What about the plot to seize control of the government, Senor Kerman? Nonsense, there was no. How about the charge that your embassy spends 10 times as much money in Argentina as does the United States embassy? An absolute lie. But that's a fact easily proven. Yes, you must excuse me, gentlemen. I can't explain. What an order. Please, come on here. Get our bags packed. Something tells me we won't be staying much longer in Argentina. Baron von Kerman, the German ambassador, was really on the spot. 30 leading Germans were arrested. Great crowds marched in Buenos Aires shouting, "Viva democracy!" and "Down with the dictator." Said Raul de Monte Taborda, head of the Congressional Committee investigating anti-Argentina activities, "We have proof that 500,000 Nazi stormtroopers are organized throughout South America. 60,000 of them in Argentina alone." A complete account of how the Argentina government smashed the Nazi plot is in John Gunther's book, Inside Latin America. See page 310. We can be quite sure that most of the South American governments have taken...
welcome back, everyone. Right before we went before we had to go live, I spilled Dr. Pepper on myself, and I was like, oh no, where am I?
Bathe in it.
I know, just bathing. I was like, where are my napkins? And I was like, I think I took all my napkins out of this room.
Nice.
I'll smell nice, yeah. Because I was like, oh, I should clean up my desk because I've got cola, so all these napkins, I should put them away. And I was like, dang it, now I needed those napkins. This was a situation. Yeah, I feel like you can see that there's like right there. There's some.
It's fine. I think your name, your title bar is very much covering most of that. So
nice.
You're fine.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Max,
stop drawing attention to yourself.
Looks like the video's fixed. Yes, over the break I was doing some magic with things. If anything happens, let me know. But I feel like I'll notice. So. In the first half, we had this sort of trip coming in. We have a sort of a minor noble captain who's bringing in Nalini to see her brother. But before that happens, before we find out exactly how they're going to speak to each other, I have a question over at this big hotel. I want, and actually this is a question for everybody, there is a brunch that is going to happen very soon. It is happening, and I would like each one of these 4 people, not Nalini, to tell me how in the last 2 days you have been working to make this brunch successful, and I would like a roll from each of you.
I believe I was asked during the creation of said brunch to make sure that I provided I believe the exact term was sexy gentleman to move things around to
Go
so
with abled bodies. Like
is that okay? Fine.
I like sexy
Sure.
gentleman
Boxes.
better.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
but
sure.
I believe we
Yeah.
said
Here's
Diet
the
Coke
thing,
commercial. So I don't
That's
know.
true. We did say. They don't
we're
have
not quite
to be
Chippendales.
They don't
But,
have
you
to
know.
be sexy. I just need them to something to for the ladies.
Some
to
eye
look at.
candy.
Yeah, there you go. They
Sure,
don't
sure.
have to be sexy.
So, Trooper, I'll go ahead and roll. I'm going to use my stunt as artistic director to get the appropriate casting.
So you don't even, that means
Yes,
that's
casting.
the stunt you have, so you don't even have to roll for that one.
Oh, but he
Whoa,
got
but it's a legendary.
What is with these rolls?
You desperately
was-
needed these, Greg.
Well.
I would like to create some sexy Diet Coke advantages then for the brunch.
What you get is a
I'm allowed to
boost,
do.
is what you get.
Yes,
Because this
we'll
is
take the boost.
an overcome rather than create advantage. So we're going to say, God damn.
That's a great roll, though. Thanks for that
Damn.
overcome roll.
Brunch. We'll call this,
Oh, can we call it Wolves in Wolves Clothing? Because
Yes.
these are members.
Wolves in wolves clothing.
yes.
Because
Yes.
these are the actors that are part of the little group that I'm starting,
Yes.
the
Mhm.
troupe of. Okay, so they're also somewhat skilled.
Yes, absolutely. KP, how is
Yes,
Preetam
sir.
helping to make this brunch a success? How has he been working the last 2 days to do
Well,
that?
I mean, the biggest thing that he was ever even tasked to was what's about to happen was to bring his royal family here
Yes.
to make this more auspicious,
Yes.
more well-to-do,
Yes.
kind of a social circle situation.
Hi, welcome to the country. You're going to brunch.
Yeah. Hey, all right, come on. But I guess in the 2 days, I mean, y'all, we did create a consequence on Preetam, which was hairdresser in demand.
Yes.
And I would imagine that Regina has been going around and flaunting that hairstyle, and people, well-to-do folks, have been asking around, going, where did you get this? What's going on? What's happening? And so like, even if Regina didn't mean it, I don't know if she did mean it, but if she didn't mean it, inadvertently, this probably led to a bunch of well-to-do ladies that want similar touch-ups, similar things. And then as they do that, I would imagine Preetam would ask, reluctantly doing it, well, what's this for? Is it a special occasion? And then they would be like, no, just I've seen it around and it's been fantastic. And I just loved your work. And I'm like, oh my dear, I'm just a doctor, but I appreciate everything that you've asked, and it's a side thing, I guess. And then eventually I'm like, well, it'd be kind of awful to let such a beautiful hairstyle go to waste. You do know that they're having a rather well-to-do brunch this coming Wednesday. And I feel like it would be the perfect spot for you to show off your new look.
So I feel like that sounds like rapport.
So, ooh, okay.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right. Well, rapport is fine. I can do that. Come on.
All right. That's not the number you needed. We'll note it.
Okay, hold up. I would like to use my free aspect then.
Wait a second. Don't we have a boost? Oh no, you got one, didn't you? Against Preetam.
Yes, I did.
Yes.
Yeah, never
yes,
mind.
I did. Would you? I mean, the number you need to beat is a 3.
Okay.
Would you?
So whoa.
2 fate points.
Okay. So I think one of the ones I can do is definitely disarmingly charming and endearing. So I feel like that would especially work in the situation as someone who. Oh no! Before I have a stunt. I feel like a lot of these folks are like.
Oh, you do have a stunt.
I have a stunt for German State Department wants me badly,
Yes.
and therefore I feel like
Yes.
a lot of these folks are
Yes.
tied to either their
Absolutely.
husbands or
Absolutely.
they themselves directly work. So
that's a
all
plus 2.
ready.
Yes.
that's a +2
So that puts you to
on
tie.
my rapport rolls. So that ties me, and then I would like to use a fate point as my free action of my free aspect, which is disarmingly charming and endearing. So I feel like in that moment I kind of charmed them. I complimented them and made them really want to show off this new look rather than hide it. And what better place to do it than at a party, at a gathering of other fine folks who probably a lot of them, outwardly are very well mannered, but inwardly are just jealous. Just assholes to each other, and they want to one up each other. So what better way to do that than here?
Yes. Success. We will note this. Absolutely.
Oh, I should probably use up my.
You should use one of those fate points.
My points.
Frieda, what are you doing these 2 days to, as part of this challenge to make this party start well?
Well, you see, Frieda hasn't performed since Christmas due to the fact that assassination attempts and then her husband's terrible death, and she was in mourning, and then a little unwell, probably because of all the mourning, and so rumor has it that she's going to be coming out from her hiatus at this brunch. Nothing big or fancy, kind of like how those rich people would be like, have this important singer come over just to do a few a few songs set here at this dinner party or whatever. But at the brunch, she and Regina are going to be throwing. So that's rumor has it she's going to be coming out of her hiatus, which at this point has been like 4 months. So
I'm going to need a rapport.
First performance since Christmas. Yeah, certainly. I clicked it.
You're missing it by 1. You need to beat a 3.
Oh yeah, I think I'll spend a fate point then. To add a +2. And I will use my high concept, famous German opera singer. People want to be there.
Excellent. What is Regina doing in these 2 days to make this work well?
Okay, so the whole point of this brunch was to draw in people we didn't necessarily know, as well as some that we did, to scout for potential influential people to bring into our fold, to suss that out. So since they don't know me, I feel like Regina's entire goal is to hype this thing up where every woman wants into this party, to deceive them into thinking this is the biggest, best party that it can be.
That's part of what, Freda was doing. Like, coming out of hiatus. Yeah, I love this.
So it's
so exclusive.
Not that it's not an exclusive garden party. It is, but it's about the deception along the way to get people to want to come. Because
so
my hope is to use, let's see. I imagine it's deception of like, so-and-so is going to be there. Or so-and-so is going to be there without actually having those people there to see who susses out.
We have no idea who's confirmed. Yeah.
Who's actually confirmed. We're just passing out invitations, but everybody thinks it's exclusive. My hope is to use this. Well, I guess I might not be able to because that's for a deceive advantage, but I do have a stunt for that. Or I guess I could go the rapport route. Oh, that's interesting. I get a +2 to overcome actions when using rapport dealing with society women in Paris.
Yes, and this is an overcome action.
This is, yeah.
So I don't think I'd be able to use my deceive because it's creating advantage
Yes.
against someone who's never met me, but I can use the rapport stunt.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right, that's about as good as it's gonna get, y'all. Here we go.
Hey.
4. Hey.
Excellent. All right. So, what this means is that everyone has been successful in their part of setting up this party, which means that you are going to have. Where is this party being held? Is it being held in your apartment?
No. So my
No.
hope, and we just didn't get that chance because we skipped a couple days, was to actually ask for the party to be held at the gardens of the French woman that we know. She has that beautiful
Lisette.
estate with Lisette, who has the garden. Thank you, Lisette.
Well, that means
What's the
one of
same
you would have to have
Lisette?
spent your challenge action on that.
I mean, I'm happy, I guess, then to use my rapport
For her.
for her to like assure the place.
Yes.
Also, I'm
Yes.
hoping she knows us to know that it's not really what it seems. So, to tell her, because she's in the know and she knows what we're up to. So to let her know what we're actually up to, of like trying to suss out some ladies for the cause.
All right, so you use your role to get the venue. Oscar used his role to get hot dudes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did want to mention, as part of the thing that I was doing while talking to these ladies, as I'm giving them the haircut, as I'm doing it, I'm going to be mentioning, but one thing I'm excited for is actually my sister's going to be there. It's going to be quite fantastic. I haven't met her in a long time. And, she's probably quite the princess now. And so kind of just like putting it out there that royalty is going to be there.
Yes.
More royalty is going to be there. So this is going to be a really like big, thing. And if they ask more questions, I'd be like, oh no, yes, she's the youngest princess of Rajput. She's she's just I remember she was a young little tyke, just yay high, but I can only imagine now she's what? Oh, probably like 18, 19 at this point.
So we have, from this sort of grouping, we have Regina getting the venue. We have
Oscar getting the help.
Oscar getting the help. We've got Preetam, and we have Preetam, and we have Frieda getting good guests coming in. I'm gonna need one more roll, a resource.
I'd also like to think that Preetam and Freda are getting slightly different guests
Yes.
coming in. So we have some diversity of guests.
I'm gonna need some resources. I need a resource roll.
Okay.
Can I use my stunt artistic director? I can spend a fate point for access to entertainment resources or contacts.
I can also use my. Can I use?
I
my
would think
stunts?
So I just want to make sure that you're embezzling to get.
Well, that or we can use my criminal resources.
Well, those are
Well,
very
no.
different kinds of resources.
Trooper, you are you don't
Just
skew the lines between recreational parties for tax purposes. There are enough people at this party that are part of the Parisian entertainment
That's true.
circle.
That is fair.
This a business gathering.
Okay, you're gonna write this off as a business expense. That's fair. That's fair.
No. This is a business expense, and also, it could be kind of peripherally a way to get patrons of both French and German ancestry to get behind the movie.
Sure.
Right. Regina sent a
This is
letter
gonna be a
off.
goddamn giant movie, isn't it?
I don't have
Gotcha.
the resources, but I don't know if this is helpful. Regina did send a letter off requesting some things like China from Berlin from home to be sent back. So I don't know if that's we have some stuff.
Yes.
That's kind of very German,
Yeah.
brought all the way from Berlin, Regina's family home, so on and so forth. So I don't know if that's beneficial, but I refuse to roll the resources roll. That would not be a good idea for us.
Trooper, if it's better for this, how's this?
No, you can spend the fate point because of your stunt, but that will mean that you're getting like craft services. right? You're getting a lot of the sort of
No. Okay, let me put it to you like this. This is how I'm doing it.
Please.
Because
Oh my
with
gosh.
the help, with Dot's permission and with Frieda's permission, this is the way he would set it up. Go to the most influential families in Paris right now, the most influential families that maybe have relatives from Berlin in Paris, and say, if you all would like a small role in the movie, we would love for you to bring your families, china, play settings, entertainment. I heard your son plays. Somebody has great drapes and tapestries. Bring everything, and it's just a tit for tat as with the movie as the backdrop.
Spit that fate point and you'll have it. I'm just going to tell you, a lot of people are very invested in this movie doing well. I just want you to know that.
I pray that every Nazi wants this movie to succeed.
And I wanted to then just burn. I wanted to just burn and all their investments to just go down the fucking drain.
Can the flower shop provide the flowers?
Yeah.
That would be a role from the faction resources.
How are our resources?
The faction resources are pretty good, especially since this isn't a faction action.
In the meantime, would Preetam be? I mean, I don't know if since I kind of use my stunt for my rapport role, would I be able to use it again for the resources role?
This will be the faction will be doing it itself.
Wait, so Greg, what is your resources?
I can get anything I need for the movie if I spend a fate point.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's like a okay. I see.
Yeah. So Greg can just spend a fate point and get the stuff through the film.
And get the stuff we need without rolling the resources for.
I already spent the fate point too, so
too late. Okay, cool.
It is done. So, we are at an estate, a manor house, out a little bit outside of Paris, from the suburbs of Paris. Sort of beautiful space where the Comtesse Lisette Roland is sort of overseeing this particular wonderful brunch that is being planned. And Regina and Frieda are there, of course, getting things set up. People are... Luke is there lifting and moving things. And, is you've got a number of people sort of moving things in and out and setting things up. And Lisette, the Countess, is there overseeing, and she has her minder with her, of course. This fairly sort of unpleasant German fellow who is controlling, self-important, and who is also a little bit indulgent and sort of just taking over the space, right? Because as you have known, that she's basically a prisoner in her own home, but she has to stay in the servants' quarters outside, and she's just paraded around as like a rich, noble person who is symbolic of the fact that everything is fine between the French and the Germans. But
what kind of rank does this man hold?
Oh, he's a captain.
Okay, so he's got like some sway. But if I were to say cause one of my Regina, Leixner scenes, he might back off.
You'd have to try.
Okay, I would like to. I'm going to walk over and not in a terribly friendly known way, but grab her hand the way you might a hostess, right? And I simply would like to look at him and go, as much as I would love for you to stay, you are quite a sight to behold. The hostess and I are here for a women's only. You're happy to keep your distance, but the ladies really would like some space.
Well, that's nice, but this is my house at this moment.
Of course, and I'm not asking you to go anywhere, but to keep up airs and to achieve what we would like for this brunch and the movie. And I look at him very, very seriously, as if don't make me bring my husband into this.
Right, because he does have a reputation.
I would simply ask that you give us just a little breath of air, if you don't mind. By all means, we don't want to intrude.
It is a favor that I'm doing for the Countess to let her use her house at all for this party. I will be excited to see how it goes.
by all means, but once again, I'm going to need you to detach yourself from your lovely hostess. It is a women's only brunch.
Oh, I will
And
be here.
Of course, but I can't have you attached to her side. I'm happy to take this up with somebody else if you would like.
What is your name, woman?
I'm Regina Leixner.
Ah, yes. You are a woman. I am a captain in the German army. You cannot give me any sort of order.
I'm assuming
No
I'm
order.
fair.
I'm asking politely.
I will take your ask into advisement.
Wonderful. I guess I'll make sure my husband knows your advisement.
Ah, yes, your husband, Gestapo, isn't he?
Well, you're the captain, you would know.
Yes, the Gestapo. It's so embarrassing, all the troubles they've been having recently, isn't it?
I wouldn't know, I'm just a woman.
Ah, yes, that's true. Women don't really have a good head for these things. But let me tell you, the Gestapo.
What we do have a good head for is brunch and ladies' days. So unless you plan on putting on pantyhose and a dress, I suggest you give us our space.
You can suggest all you want.
Wonderful. I will suggest to all the right people.
I don't mean to threaten you, but you have to understand that your people have fewer and fewer influence and power in this city every day and week. You don't carry as much weight anymore.
I will take your consideration into account. Isn't that what you told me?
Yes.
Wonderful. It is under advisement.
Please, continue on with your ladies' brunch.
Well, unless you'd like to follow to decide how the china should be set up, I'd like to escort her to the table if that is under your permission.
Oh, you have my permission, of course.
Wonderful. I give him the hand, and I grab her, and I move away from him.
And he is always present, right? He's always present.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Question. I have met this individual previously.
Oh, you have. You have.
But as a different, I had glasses on
Yes.
and a different hairstyle and a completely different mannerisms and dress. Do I know from just, asking about this guy and stuff, is this gentleman married?
As far as you know, he's not wearing a ring.
Yes, which is usually a pretty good indicator.
Yes.
Especially because he's not out on the front lines, he's doing paperwork, so.
As far as you know, he's not. But he also is handsy sometimes. And
yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, a little bit, a little handsy.
Yes.
A little
and he's just hovering like an annoying gnat.
Well, how do I put this? He was less hovering before, but now he just is a little bit more present,
all right,
just so that you know that he's there, because he finds that amusing. Also doesn't like to be told what to do in his house. Technically it's her house, but he's invaded it, so
yes.
Yeah.
Frieda is going to show up. Not a little later than maybe Regina had asked her to be there, and right in front of this guy. Like, oh, so terribly sorry I'm late. I was having breakfast with General Stroopnagel. Is there anything I can do to help?
Deception.
I would love to.
Can I help? Can Regina help with that? I will give you the addition to that and help you and say, oh, that's wonderful to know. Maybe he'll stop by. I'd like
I've got
to take a word with him. Yeah, I'd love to have a word with him. And my eyes shoot over to this captain. Take that help action. Yeah.
Oh wait, with the help action, that'd be a 6.
Yes.
Let me get this. That'll be a.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's beating me by 1.
Oh please.
He looks at you both.
But it's okay because I can spend a fate point.
Wait,
I want this guy. No.
I built up 2 additional advantages just for this tea party called
Oh, you
Tainted
did.
Tea Time.
You did.
Mm-hmm.
Can I
So-
interject real quick, just so you guys don't spend a whole bunch of stuff, and ask Trooper a fate specific mechanic
Please do.
question?
Yes.
Couldn't Lindy presumably spend a fate point to show up with General Stroopnagel?
What would the aspect be? This is an all-women's party, so that
It
seems
is an all-women's party.
unlikely.
Yeah.
He could be dropping her off. Maybe she really did
Oh.
have some type of lunch with him.
She did have dinner with him that one time. And I am back now.
What aspect would allow you to spend that fate point to say that you had breakfast with him?
What's our
All eyes on us.
yeah
In the spotlight.
in the spotlight? Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 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 Tell me about this
I like that.
breakfast.
Oh, so General Stroopnagel and I, we never got to finish our dinner together. On Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
And Freda has been either out of town or in, not very well ever since. Until very recently. So I imagine this morning happened to be the first morning that we could get our calendars together to meet up again, and maybe say since she's coming out of hiatus, that if he wanted her to perform anywhere or anything, because he was discussing that with her previously. They never got to finish their dinner, so they could have a quick brunch, quick breakfast, and she needed an escort over because
Oh, and maybe you're showing him what you're doing for all the ladies of Paris.
Yes, and like what a shame that his wife couldn't be here, but when back in Berlin, if she
We
would
could
want
show
to
her-
have a brunch
yeah,
there. Yeah,
the good time she'd be having.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Spend a fate point.
I would love to. That's a great idea, Greg.
Yeah, good call, Greg. Claim that
That's a fair
story.
point.
Claim that story.
To say that yes, he has come to.
It's dropping me off.
Yes. So the general sort of will step in to look at this house, and will note the captain and goes, Captain, it's good to see you. And he smiles like, yes, Herr General. And they both salute, the Nazi salute. And he says, and the general goes, how's everything going here? And the party planner goes, it's going very well. And he goes, I can give you a further report about all of this. I've given these ladies special permission to use this house. But if my reports on the other events we'll be having here, I hope you've already seen on your desk. We have quite a few things coming up, and I'm sure you'll be very pleased with what we have planned. And the general sort of nods. They clearly have some sort of relationship.
Can I hear them having this
Yeah,
conversation?
can I make an empathy roll to try to get the vibe between these two, like a discover action? Empathy?
Absolutely. Roll your empathy.
Would love to.
I would like to help you with. Oh, I can help you with that if I wanted to.
It's good.
Okay.
This is
That's without any help, but if she's helping, that'd be great.
Yeah.
To give you a how do you help?
What are you doing to read? Oh, you know what? We've pulled her away, right? Let's do that thing that ladies do, where they, they're kind of huddled and we're like laughing about tea or teacups and like, but we're actually definitely. And I look over and I go, "What do you think of the two of them?"
I'm trying to decide.
You may ask one question about the general's feelings, but not the party planner, who's hard to read.
Yeah, because we tied. That the general. Either what's the relationship between this captain and the general, or what's the general's feelings about this? I feel like what's the general's feelings about this captain?
The general seems to be slightly distracted about other things.
Okay.
There's a general sort of feeling of like he's got a lot on his plate, which you probably would have known just from his vibe at the breakfast. He was very, very pleasant and happy to be around,
Yes.
but clearly there's a lot going on. It's hard for me to say that he's more relaxed than he's been because he's still stressed out. But
yeah.
But
She would have done her best to make that breakfast really, really lovely for him and give him any information she could.
But I would say that he seems like he's feeling a bit more secure than he was a few months ago.
Okay.
Although still stressed. it seems to you that when it comes to the relationship between his feelings towards this captain, he seems to be very, you get a sense of trust.
Okay.
Trust. I don't want to misrepresent the word trust. You know, when
Like
somebody,
dependability.
yes, that's a better word, right? Like, I mean, trust feels like I trust you with my. It's not. It's like he's a person that you trust with responsibilities. He's a person that you, the general feels not at edge around this guy. Feels as if this is a person that is dependable, that you can rely on. He's reliable, right? He has a sense of this person being reliable. You also get the sense that they have there's a collegial closeness.
Okay.
Right, in the sense that you get the feeling from the general, this is the person that the general has interacted with quite a lot, has relied upon quite a lot. It's not that they're not like friends, right?
Yeah.
Right, in that way, but they are. The general does like have a sense of like, I trust this person, I rely on this person, he's dependable, he does good work. A kind of a person that you. There is a respect. There is like he's just a captain, right? But he's clearly not being like dismissed.
Yeah. Okay.
He's like the
Which is
manager
interesting.
you trust to keep the store keys when you're not there.
Yeah, like you're a good manager, right?
Okay.
And
That's good to know.
right? And that, but also I would say you get a sense of history between them, not like personal history, but there are a lot of people who plan parties. There are a lot of parties in a lot of different venues.
Regina hasn't met Stoopnoggle in person.
No, you have not.
Okay, I say just loud enough for them to hear. Oh, my dear Frieda, aren't you going to introduce me to your guest?
Oh, of course. Unfortunately, he cannot stay. This is a ladies' brunch. I wish you could. To the general. And he goes,
yes, I say yes. I try to make
Leixner.
very clear as I walk over and eyeball the captain that it's been made clear it's a ladies' brunch.
The captain looks smug.
He's a general Stoop.
Yes.
General Stoopnagel.
And technically von Stoopnagel, which means he's also an aristocrat.
Okay, perfect. So I make sure to address him exactly as I should. Regina would know that. And she speaks in German. She drops the French so that they don't think that it's for her.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
The woman who owns the house. And I curtsy and address myself appropriately. General Stoopnagel. What an absolute pleasure to meet you.
A pleasure. Frau Leixner, it's a pleasure to meet your acquaintance. And slightly weird vibes. You're the wife of Captain Leixner of the Gestapo, you're not?
I am that lucky lady.
Yes. He's doing good work in the propaganda department.
Yes, he is.
I trust the estate here is something that is useful for you.
Oh, it has been such a kindness for you to offer it for such an important ladies' gathering.
Yes. Well, that all here is the thanks to my friend, the good captain, who has authorized your use of this place.
Of course. And our thanks has already been given.
Oh, good. And he just sort of claps the captain and says, I trust this will be very helpful. I understand there have been quite a few of the ladies of the State Department who are very happy to, are excited about attending.
Sometimes an all ladies event is good for the spirit.
Yes. It is important that the women who are civilians who are here have a... How is the security in this place? And he sort of looks around and he notes various fellows lifting things.
I guess I wasn't certain individuals that were loyal to Holgar, the security. We talked about that, about like Clemens Brown and the other guys being the security. Yeah.
So Regina just says, we have subtle security, and I gesture to Luke moving a box, and him. The last thing we want to do is spook the ladies. This is supposed to be relaxing for them to enjoy. Yes. Unfortunately, men in uniforms are a bit off-putting to go with tea.
Men in uniforms are very important considering all the violence in our city.
They are.
Without a doubt, and that is not to insult the uniform by any means, but simply to
We
say,
figured since it was a blended event between French and German high
Yes.
society ladies, that a more subdued presence to focus on the atmosphere of the event would be ideal.
Yes, Captain,
We
you,
get-
you still have the forces who are normally here on the grounds, yes? Yes, of course, Generals. Make sure that if this is my understanding is that the ambassador's wife will be here. We'll have to make sure that the security for this place is a little bit more beefed up.
by all means, like I said, the only thing I ask is keep it subtle. Let the ladies enjoy their afternoon.
Yes. I find that in these times, people enjoy their time a little bit more when they know that they are protected. He stops and he goes, Frau Leixner. You were, before that, Berger? Is that right? Your maiden
Yes.
name?
Yes,
Ah, yes. Your father.
a
Chemist.
scientist.
Yes. He's, I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much. He gave so much for his country.
He did. He was a very good member, good partner to the German military. Many good years
I-
of service, your father.
Well, all I can do is hope in his stead I continue to honor my family name and assure that events like this show the best of our country.
Yes. Captain, come with me. We have to discuss security for this place. And he goes, if you'll excuse me, both of you, don't worry, you'll be completely safe.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for your time.
Thank you again, General Stopknuckle. And she'll do like the kiss, like farewell. Mm-hmm.
And you can see that he seems somewhat troubled as he's sort of looking at what he sees as a it would have been Krause, pardon me, as what he sees as perhaps not enough security for the kind of women who are going to be here. Especially if it's going to be an all-ladies event, that means there's going to be a real lack of security, and he seems to be a little bit distressed as he sort of walks with the captain.
Well, if he keeps the captain busy.
Yeah, exactly. If he takes them away, I don't care. I don't care if they want to. And Regina says, "And honor again, General Stopknuckle."
Of course. I'm enchanted, and I hope we will meet him again. Captain, we have how much time do you have before this brunch starts? Good, come with me. And
Exactly 45 minutes, I say behind them.
And he goes, And the captain sort of takes the general, the captain sort of go off to basically what would be the library or one of the offices in this estate.
Wonderful.
To discuss increasing security.
I very gingerly, as soon as they're gone, I whisper under my breath, "He's gone," and I step over to our dear
The general
actual
thinks
hostess.
he's a very dependable individual. So
Well, we don't have to have him question that as long as the captain is out of my hair. And I go
at least
over
for a brief
to
moment.
Lizette. And I bring Frieda with me because this will be the first time Frieda's met Lizette.
Well, as Freda,
Yeah.
yes.
As Frieda, I guess it's true. I forget. Yeah, you did.
I wore Lizette's dress. I have it in a
That's
box
right.
somewhere.
Well, I guess I have to keep up the ruse unless
Appearances.
Lizette has,
Yes.
has picked up on it. And I say, Lizette, and I take her hand very gingerly. I want to introduce to you my friend, our other hostess for the day. This is Frieda Engel. She is the Nightingale of Germany.
It is a pleasure to meet you. And Lisette is a woman who kind of looks like Ava Green, sort of like, piercing blue eyes, sort of long, dark brown hair, black hair, who looks very pretty. Right, that is her job in many ways, is to look pretty and poised, although she has a sadness about her.
I lean
yes.
in to give her a proper French kiss, and as I get close, I simply whisper, "Are you doing okay?"
And she sort of nods, says, "Well, it is always a difficulty, but I am unbruised."
Good to know. And I can't imagine living with a man like that. And I gesture back towards, the captain, who I imagine are slowly disappearing.
Freda
into the
has a
house
look
or
on her
whatever.
face that says, "I can imagine."
And I still under whisper, like making us look busy, tea, napkins, place settings, table
Freda's
cards.
like
Yeah.
fiddling with table cards, like passing them out for one person to fold and the other person to set.
Right, and very under my breath, I kind of say, in full transparency, today is not as much of a leisure day as one might imagine.
Could you say that again? I just had a DM.
Oh,
Pardon me.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. She says this is not as much of a leisure day as one might imagine.
Oh, well, I will try to be as helpful as possible. Have you heard
You
anything
always
about
are.
Jules?
The last thing I know about Jules, he's still traveling, right? Like he's still moving people. He's well as one can be. He's doing good work, moving people out of the country.
I see.
Brave man, but he asked about you as well.
Oh.
Regina smiles and gives her like a soft pat on the hand, and she says, but today we're looking for other interested parties who may align a little bit more with, say, you and I. Keep your ear to the ground and listen out if you hear anything, and let me know. We need influential people, women particularly, on our side.
I know some, and I can point out some who would be helpful and some who would not.
That is very good. And maybe we can have a simple signal?
If I see you with someone who you should not approach, I will offer you a canapé. If I see you with someone, I will introduce you with anyone I know who would be useful. If I see you with someone who I think might be helpful, I will offer you something to drink. I don't know everyone, but I do know some people.
I knew you would be the woman for the job. Out there doing the hardest work of all of us. And I give her a very, hopefully, comforting kind of pat on the shoulder, recognizing, she's living a prisoner. And that's not an easy life. Yeah. At all. And Regina says, well, smiles on, ladies. It starts soon.
Back over at the train station, as some phone calls are being made in the office to make sure that the security detail that's at this estate is boosted, because it would be really bad if there are another one of these attacks at this kind of a party. That is the last thing the general needs, and there have been so many attacks recently that they're going to take care of that. But at this party, at the train station, a brother says to his sister,
Nelly? Oh, Nalu?
But yeah, it's been a long time.
Look at you. What? Last I saw you, you were barely at my hip.
Time flies.
I mean, you were still kind of barely much taller, but look at you. Thank you, Captain. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
and the two men who had brought you there, they step off. But I imagine Clemens Brano is not at the party because he's there escorting our man Oscar, Holgar. Because at this moment, you will notice, Nalini, there are probably probably about four soldiers in uniform with weapons that are around your brother and this man, who are there. And they seem to be on duty, making sure everything is safe.
Mm.
You get a sense as you're in Paris with this beautiful train station that's like gorgeous, that there is a real tension in the air. There are soldiers everywhere. There are people checking, and no soldiers by themselves. They're always in groups of 2 to 4. And there's just a real sense of, it's like you're at war, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's sort of just waiting for something to happen. It's a little intense.
Well, Nalini will wait to see what Preetam and the unintroduced gentleman
right at that point, Holgar would go,
Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Sorry for my manners. This is my good friend, and I really wanted to say Oscar, and I'm blanking on it. It's not Oscar. Holgar. Thank you. I was just having this paper. This is my good friend, Director Holgar, and my fellow co-host at the local radio station. Absolute talent and a joy to be partner with. A well-to-do person, very talented. But Holgar, this is my sister, Nalini.
Holgar would put his hand on the doctor's shoulder and just nod sagely, as only Holgar Leichner can do. But then he would bow formally. Your Highness, it's a pleasure to meet you. Clemens, Schmitz, Brockhaus. This is, without needing to explain, a very important person, both to myself and to the relations between two great nations. I would like you to treat her the way that you would treat me or a member of my family. And the family aspect is drilled home because the last lady, female guest that he welcomed to Paris was murdered, was his mom. So
they've lost a lot of civilian friends who come to visit through murder.
Oh, great.
Don't worry about it.
Be fine.
We've had a lot of assassination attempts against us. It's been really tragic.
Oh, no.
And this man, this one soldier, sort of steps forward. And I believe I have...
you have a picture, Clemens.
I do have a picture of our dear Clemens. So
put up that saucy hunk of man.
I'm going to just
he
put
is
up...
Diet Coke worthy.
Do.
Oh, absolutely. So here is our Clemens Brown right over there. He's not an officer, but he's sort of
You
big.
need to put a big old X on Otto's portrait, just saying.
Oh, so sorry. He is dead.
Because he's like
I will fix
super
that.
Dead.
I will 100% fix that right
I want
about
one
now.
over each eye, please.
Because he's dead.
He went through the windshield of a car. Yeah, that's what happened.
Sure. I mean, he did also. I mean, he was already dead at the time because there was a little bit of murder at that moment. Let's just put a big old X through him.
Oh, that's so much more
that's so satisfying.
Yeah.
Rip.
And by the way, here's your general, the Stuppnagel, who's right there.
Okay.
That you've seen. Who's at this party at the moment worried about. Look, a
poor
lot of
Martin.
people have been assassinated, so there's a little bit of tension.
I've almost been assassinated like 3 times.
true.
It's so tragic.
And he's this like big sort of a hunk of a fellow in uniform, and he sort of steps up to you, and with eyes that are not full of intelligence, is not the way I would describe those eyes.
Okay.
Bless him.
We're going into full himbo territory except evil.
You're so pretty, Clemens.
Except that himbos are
Clemens is so
nice.
pretty. Yeah,
That's an
himbos
evil
are nice.
himbo.
Yeah.
Evil
Clips
himbo.
A Nazi.
Yeah. Sort of steps up to you and he goes, Your Highness, I will make sure on my life as a loyal German and member of the Reich and an honorable sergeant in the Führer's military that there will not be any harm come to you. If any harm comes to whoever does it, I will kill them and I will break them apart with my hands and my fists.
Clemens, yes, yeah. He
I
puts
really don't think the last part is necessary, Clemens.
So not my hands and fists, only the bullets. Yes, yes, of course.
Not what I meant, but I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I hope that carries forward. Then, on that note, shall we perhaps adjourn from this place and maybe go somewhere more private?
And Clemens Brown like steps back as if like, oh yeah, and like he gives a look to Oscar like, did I do good, Dad?
To be clear, Oscar's playing Holgar now, so this has to be is being good Nazi dad, which Oscar would eliminate Clemens if he had the opportunity, but can't because. Okay, so Holgar would nod, but at the same time, nod to the companion. And kind of not loud enough for everybody in the vicinity to hear. Make sure that a traveling companion is taken care of as well. This has been a long journey for them both.
And Brockhaus and they all sort of nod, and they sort of like form like a little bit of like a security detail around you as they sort of lead you through this train station, which is busy and full. And
At this point, like Preetam turns to Ishtar and goes, Ishtar, it's been a while. How have you been?
and he smiles and then sort of drops it. Like it's that kind of like that initial sort of like, oh, nope, serious, right? Business, right?
Yeah,
There's that,
it's so good to see you. But, okay, no, on the
it's
top.
that kind of like slight moment. And he says, your mother spoke of your visit.
Okay. All right.
And that is a warning. Like, he's not threatening you. He's letting you know that you might be in trouble. It's a little heads up. You know?
Yeah.
It's a little heads up. Just a little heads up.
And he turns to Ishtar and he goes, when have I not been, my friend?
And there's that. He doesn't say anything. And you know what that means. That means that you're in trouble in a little different way than you were before.
Yeah.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Nalini,
Yes.
how do you do? Have you seen violence before?
Yes. I think Nalini has seen violence, but not at the Nazi level. No. I think we'll go for more I think come from a society where especially corporeal punishment for people considered to be lower caste, lower class. It's a little bit of it can be brutal at times, especially as someone in noble rankings. If anybody does something wrong, like it's kind of made like a show of beating them up, things like that. So in that way, I don't think she's never seen fatal violence. She's seen punishing violence with
exemplary, like made to be exemplary.
And basically all, like the violence has usually been to teach a lesson. And so nothing pointless, I would say, depending on who you ask.
I would note that there are a lot of protests. There have been a lot of like protest movements happening with a lot of sort of like working class folks, and some of those people have been shot. You probably were not at those protests, but like it's in
papers.
It's in the news, right? There's some like anti-colonial protests going on, right? And some of those
she's aware of less than, well, let's just be quite frank, the British brutality towards Indian people. She is aware of it. Has not personally experienced it, but she reads a lot.
It's out there, right? Like these things are like, it's a kind of a tense space. So as you're walking out, I would say, Nalini, you notice it first. You see, and part of it's like a little subtle shift, right? As these guards just slightly move you a little bit, as you hear a shriek. A man, probably a young man, sort of yelling off to the side of like you can kind of see in the crowd parts a little bit, as you see a young man, and probably I would say with a younger man, probably like maybe like an older brother, younger brother, perhaps, and they are running. The older one has been caught, and the younger one is running. They're wearing sort of nice clothes, like business suits. The younger one is wearing a business suit, but it's clearly too large for the younger one. The younger one you probably sort of peg as like 18, 19. The old one maybe like mid-20s. And they both have got sort of like dark black hair. They are dressed as if they have wealth, but maybe they don't. It's sort of a little bit unclear. And one is being grabbed by these soldiers, and the other one is running towards in your direction. And you can just hear, "Halt! Halt!" as these these sort of soldiers are sort of moving, and one has got the one who's screaming, and he yells something in a language that you do not understand. a language you don't understand, as these other guards who are not with your group sort of raise their rifles towards this one younger fellow who's running. And I will ask you first, because you are eagle-eyed after all. What do you do in this moment?
Being extremely aware of the surroundings she's in. Is there the younger one? Where exactly is he?
So imagine this very large train station, and you two in your group is being sort of moved towards the entrance and exit. And they are farther away, and you could think that this younger one is running also towards the exit. So he's just come closer to you. In terms of mapping, Fate uses zones. So you have that.
Okay.
So you can just imagine, like conceptually, you're in a zone. The zone next to you, this person has run into that zone, so they're coming towards your zone, and like you're both heading towards the exit. And then the guards and his brother is like one zone farther, closer to a different train that had come in, not the one that you were on. And he's running desperately towards the entrance, which puts him in a direction where he's coming towards you all.
So in this moment, Nalini is surrounded by Nazis.
Yeah.
And her brother, who may or may not be a Nazi sympathist, and Ishwar. So the only thing she can do is try to keep the Nazis around her busy. So she is going to trip over her own feet and fall flat onto the ground.
Nice. Can I get deception?
Okay.
Can I aid?
Of course you can.
So I guess I haven't picked my twos, so it makes sense for deception to be something she's good at. Because she's good at rapport and empathy. Okay, so let me close this and do I just roll deceive?
Yes, please.
Wait, real quick. If I aid, do I lose my action?
Yes.
Okay, I can't then.
It's fine. It's not. And then do I put anything for the plus minus?
Nope.
Okay.
And this fair, we're going to
Fair.
call this, you are creating an advantage at this moment is what you're doing. And I feel like you want to hit a 3, so you might want to spend a fate point to
sure.
increase that. My question is, in order to spend a fate point, you need an aspect that will justify you being good at this. What aspects? Now, you do have 3 free aspects, if it's not one that you already have. What about you allows you to be perhaps good at distracting or lying? Or
Oh, I already know one, but I'll wait and see.
I know one that I think is fitting for the situation.
Well, if we've already said that she's very calculating.
Yes.
But because I do have all of these like empty things to fill out,
Indeed,
I'm gonna go ahead and say that 40s is like the big Bollywood is starting to make its way around.
Indeed.
And I totally think Nalini and probably Preetam, because she just dragged them around.
Yes.
They put on little plays.
Yes.
I like
For the family.
Yes. Yes.
And
yes. Yes.
I was going to go with bratty younger sister. In the sense of
that's the other part of it is that so the plays is young kids, but then also Nalini is very used to taking advantage of her feeble femininity
Yes.
to get what she wants.
Yes.
So
Yes.
Preetam will tell you if anything ever happened, she would cry.
Yes.
She would make herself smaller.
Yes.
And he'd always
Whatever
get
she
in
needed.
trouble instead. Because how could poor Nalini do any of this? Like, I didn't break the lamp. Paya did.
So I feel this is your relationship aspect, and shall we call this? What should we call this?
I was going to call it a bratty younger sister.
But I feel like we have to get the performance in there. You know,
It's like
drama queen.
Crying
Drama
my way,
queen.
drama queen
Drama
to get out
queen.
of trouble.
Yeah,
Okay.
there you go.
drama queen is
Queen.
brilliant.
Because that can go so many ways.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
I love it. We are going to put an aspect on the table with a free invoke, which is going to be called Damsel in Distress. So what this means is that you are clearly in the moment in distress, and anytime, and you have like, you can get a basic that's out there, and you can use that as a reason to distract people at any moment. But let me ask you, who would you like to pass it to? Who gets to go next? You have your brother, you have Oscar, you have his guards, you've got the running young boy, younger brother, the captured older brother, and then a bunch of those Nazis. Who would you like to go next?
The kid.
Ooh.
Interesting. The
Because
kid.
she doesn't know.
Yeah.
She doesn't know whose side the people around her are on, but she knows this kid is trying to get away from
Yes.
cops.
Yes. This kid is going to use his turn to run, right? He's going to continue towards this exit. So he's going to move right into the same zone that you are as he's trying to get out, right? He's trying to sort of escape. So he's going to move into this thing, and he's going to actually just try to make himself less hard to catch, right? So he's like dodging, he's doing serpentine is what he's doing, this kid, right? To try to make himself less easy to catch. And he's going to pass it because he doesn't know what's going on, who's happening. He's going to pass it to his brother, who's the person he knows. His brother is going to grab at the gun of the person who is grabbing him.
Boy.
This is gonna be fine.
He is not successful at grabbing the gun,
Oh boy.
right? But he tries to get this soldier's gun off of him as this whole thing is happening. And the older brother sees all of this madness and is going to pass it over to Preetam, because Preetam does not look like a Nazi. So it's like, okay, him. Like,
wait, what is he doing to me? What?
he passes the turn order to you.
Okay.
Because
okay,
he doesn't. Everybody else looks like a Nazi to him, so he's like,
Is he like running towards me? What is he doing? Like just pointing
no,
at me?
it is your turn.
Okay, just my turn. Okay,
Yep.
just I think like Preetam is just a little confused what's happening, so he kind of more so like runs towards Nalini and kind of just like, hey, are you okay? What's going on? Why are we just tripping all over the place like this?
There's a young man running right towards you all as soldiers are screaming and yelling.
Honestly, he doesn't know what to do. He's just like, what's just happening? And then he kind of would he be able to pick up on, like, is this that subtle, I'm actually not hurt, but I'm just gonna make a scene Nalini thing? Or like, I feel like Preetam kind of at this point understands when she does that and not actually hurt. So initially he kind of goes out, runs over, but would you say he picks up on that?
You haven't seen her in 5 years.
It's true.
How
7.
well can you read her now?
That is very true. We might have gotten much better.
Mm-hmm.
I am also an SOE trained person.
True.
You know,
It's true.
I saw that eye roll, Lindy. I saw it.
So you're in an increasingly violent situation. What would you like to do?
I
I'm
think,
flat on the ground, by the way. Flat.
I mean, honestly, at this point, he's going to be a concerned brother and a doctor, and I'm going to just assess how badly she tripped and fell, and kind of like comfort her and pick her back up.
Roll rapport.
Would it be rapport?
I
Or
feel like
medic?
you're trying to comfort her,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it's a mix of comfort and just like doing that once over
Yeah.
as a doctor, kind of to see if she's hurt. So I'll do the rapport first. That's a fair.
Well, she's probably not resisting too much. You can give her, that would be a boost, which is like a you've got some cover.
Okay.
Nalini, you have cover. If you need it, your brother being up in that space, sort of hovering over you, is going to be giving you a little bit of cover that you can probably use to your advantage. And by cover, I mean sort of social cover.
Yeah.
KP, who do you pass it to?
Holgar. Yeah, absolutely Holgar, because he's like, what a time. KP doesn't know what the fuck to do.
Okay, Oscar knows what's going to happen next. His kid's going to get shot.
Yes, he is.
And the older brother's going to get shot.
Yes, that is also
so. What I want to do is Oscar is tired of that because we've seen way too much of that.
Yeah.
So he is going to attempt to. I mean, if a tackle is a tackle, or this is an intercept to stop the younger boy.
Yeah.
But he wants to get him close and say, "What are your names?" quickly. He is going to try to make it appear as if they are there as actors for the movie.
If you want to grab this kid, that's athletics.
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
Yep.
I have to slow him down because it doesn't work if I don't stop him.
Yeah.
Good.
You grab him. Easy. This kid is like 98 pounds, right? Like he's not, clearly not a fighter, right? When you grab him, it is easy, right? Like it is for you it's trivial, right? In a way that might be very distressing, actually, in the sense that like this kid is a sitting duck. Do you know what I mean? Like that's like it's easy. And he looks at you, and you speak to him in which language?
When he grabs him, he is going to spin around. So like you make it look like, because they crashed together, the momentum carried it around. So Holgar's back is now to the firing squad in between he and the boy. And he is going to say to him, and the only other thing that Holgar really knows is Spanish. And so he is going to say to him, "Do your names quickly."
This kid doesn't speak Spanish.
He would say in German then. And English. That's the bad.
Yeah.
That's the game. And French. I'm sorry, I know French as well.
Right, like I was like, okay, what languages, right? Like, because this kid, you say it in Spanish, English, French, and German. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And the kid looks at you, and he hears you saying these things in different languages, and he hears you say this thing in he pings. It looks like the German, and he says to you, he speaks back, and the German is not good. It is clearly broken. His German is not particularly good. It's heavily accented. And he says, Leil, Shlomo, Perlmutter, he says, as quickly as he can, and he is panicked in this moment. Who do you pass it to? You've got
is Clements one of the?
Yes, you've got Clements. You've got Ishwari. You've got those Nazis, and then your guards. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how much I'm allowed to do, but he wants to throw up a hand and yell "Hold!" and pass it to Clements.
Clements is going to, Clements has his gun out immediately. because he is concerned. And the rest of your guards, they sort of are now sort of on edge. And they point their guns at this kid. And they say, "Halt!" Right? They seem to be taking a kind of, they're in charge of this situation, not taking away power from Holgar, but sort of they're in charge of this zone, as it were, in opposition to the other Nazis, right? Like they're like, this is our zone, right? They're kind of like setting up a perimeter. Like if this is a bad guy, we're in charge of it, not the other guys, right? Like this is like they're taking jurisdiction, right, of this space is what it looks like. And he will pass it to Ishwar because Ishwar's in their group. And Ishwar is going to stand between Nalini and the other people, right? He's just moving right in front so that if there's any kind of violence, she will not get hit. He has to pass it to the other Nazis. And the...
Oh!
Yeah, over there, one of the Nazis pulls out his gun and shoots the older brother right in the head and kills him. Anyone who has not seen people shot before, I need you to make a will roll.
That's pretty much only Pooja. I'm pretty sure that's only
Yeah.
Nalini.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if she's seen someone shot before.
Well, I feel like Preetam at that moment would try to kind of cover her or pull her away and turn her away from that.
She is on the ground.
He's on the ground. He's kind of like
Block
covering
the
her.
view.
Yep.
Ishwar's in front of them.
Yep. So
So I think
He
the
definitely heard it though.
Yeah.
please make your will roll.
Yeah. All right. Here.
Okay.
There.
So here's the thing. This is a 5 difficulty. However, your hovering brother gives you a +2, bringing up to a 4. You have a bonus from Ishwar, who's covering you as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the people around you make it so that you don't have to see this clearly. You know what happened. But it's a little distant. They give you the bonuses to sort of overcome that shock. I would like you to tell me, in this moment, how does the presence of both your brother and Ishwar and this sort of this thing, how does this hit you? You basically don't take any kind of mental stress for this, but how does this hit you?
Nalini knew she was traveling into a war zone. She saw it out the window. She thought, well, she knew she didn't have a choice because she thought her brother was sick. And
He doesn't
so
seem
she had,
sick, by the way.
well, yes, that's going to come up. But I think as prepared as she was, as determined as she was, that she was going to get through this, the swiftness of what just happened shakes her to her core. It's probably the loudest thing she's heard in days. She's been on a train.
And it echoes in this huge train station.
And I think Nalini at that point, she had been kind of looking around.
I think
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, as soon as Nalini tries to like turn her head, or if she's trying to turn her head towards the scene, I would imagine like Preetam kind of just like grabbing her and just like, don't look at me, don't look.
And I think after a moment, Nalini will, in Hindi, say, "Tum kar kya rahe ho? What are you doing?"
तुम नहीं समझ सकती बाद में. And he's very, you won't understand later. And then kind of just lifts her up and says, and just intentionally turns her in a direction that does not give her a view of that, and kind of looks at and kind of takes his coat and kind of like lays it over her, takes her in like, and a proper, like until now it felt there's a level of awkwardness I felt from like just like years, but like that moment kind of just for him completely obliterated anything of that 7 years he hadn't talked. Now this is his baby sister in a situation that could get her hurt, and he just kind of holds her tight and just looks at Holgar or Oscar and goes, "We need to leave now."
And the guards, the other guards, jog up, and one of them goes, "That one, he's ours," in German, right? There's this like roughness, and I'm just going to note that Clemens does not stand down. He just looks to Holgar to see what to do. Is Holgar in uniform or in civilian clothes?
He's in uniform. He would have to be because of okay. If I spend a fate point to create a story beat,
please.
I want it to be the advertisement that was put up in Berlin for Germanic actors to travel to Paris for like almost like a help wanted type of sign. Laborers that are
you need extras, right?
Yeah, extras, but they have to be Germans, champions of the Reich, supporters of the fatherland. I would like to have that on Oscar, and I am going to grab the boy and like violently frisk him. And while I'm doing it, I want to put that into the inside of his jacket.
Absolutely. That story beat is there. And you slip out this advertisement that you'd put in Berlin on him. And the kid looks confused because he doesn't quite know what's going on. And you see a lieutenant come up and goes, "Captain, in the army. Captain, this one is ours." And Nalini, you do not speak German, so they're speaking in German, and you have no idea what they're saying. And Ishwar is quite close to you, and he has not pulled out any weapons, but you know he is armed. And he's making sure that nothing happens to you. And this one goes, "Captain, this one is Jewish."
And he would look, and he would say, and almost because he outranks him, but almost as a peer, he looks at him and he goes, "I fear he is mine," and he hands him the bill. That
I'm so sorry, Captain. I think that perhaps some sort of Jewish dissident is using your work as some sort of means to escape justice.
And he, again, I'll roll anything you want me to roll, but this is Holgar having a moment, and again, it plays across Holgar's face where anybody else would play poker. That he's having this almost come to Jesus moment, like, oh my God, is this truly what's happening? And he is going to kind of go through the process and then kind of get filled with rage. But if there's any way he can convey this through his touch to the boy, he wants it to look strong but gentle to the boy, trying to convince him to say what he needs him to say. And he is going to look at the boy and grab him roughly and demand of him. And this is awful. And Greg, the RPer, hates doing shit like this, but I want to save this kid's life, so I'm going to do it. He grabs him and he says, "Are you Jewish?"
And I need you to make a performance roll. That's a legendary, my friend. You succeed with style to get across what you're getting across. And the boy, who, by the way, you may want to use that for him, is not a particularly good actor, right? Sort of looks up, and he sort of tries to read your eyes as you grab him, and he speaks in what is a sort of a not very good German, probably Eastern European. Like, he could be Czech, Polish, right? It's a little unclear to you, and he looks at you and he says, trying to see if he's going to guess the right answer, right? And he says, and there's a tear in his eye a little bit. He's sort of tearing up, and he goes, "No, I was kidnapped by that man. I don't know him." And you can tell that he is very upset about his brother being just killed, but he thinks that's the right answer that you want him to say. As he looks to you, like, with concern.
With this legendary, then, that gives me 2 beats on him, right?
Yeah, it does.
He's gonna look at the boy, and a moment of, now Oscar inside is bawling during all of this, but Hogar maintains the presence of a true Nazi, but he lets it break for a second, and you poor boy, you were coming here to help me with the movie.
Yes. And this lieutenant, who rolled a 2, by the way, does not see through your act. We'll see through this boy's act unless you use your beats that you got to boost him.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, he's going, and it's almost like a hype man in a situation as tense as this, you know, like whenever it says that he almost utters the last syllable with him of each one.
This lieutenant has got his, like, soldiers, like, stand down, and, like, Clements Brown and your retinue still have their guns out because they don't want anyone to touch anybody in their party. They're a little overprotective of you all, is the best way to put it, after all the things that have happened. And the lieutenant is like, "Captain, what is this?"
This boy was kidnapped. He was coming here to help with the movie. This man must have needed someone to appear like he was traveling, not alone, but with someone else.
Lieutenant goes, "You boy, did that enemy of the Reich force you to pretend as if you were together?" And the boy looks at you for a moment, and then he sees Nalini, who's, like, standing up, and kind of notices all these people around him. He goes, "Yes, yes."
And Hogar, now fuck it, Oscar puts his arm around the boy. "It's okay. You're safe now. So you with your countrymen."
And the boy begins to cry. And the lieutenant says, "I need to see his papers."
Yeah. And then he looks like Oscar's going to look through it himself, and the
papers are not
good. Did you check the other one?
He goes,
he probably took his papers too.
Oh. And knowing that you seem to have this, they're going to go and check the papers of the other guy before coming back for this boy. This boy does not have good papers. This boy has got
Can I use my original point then to take his papers out, and I'll just take his paper? Like, he has none. Like, if he had them, the guy took them.
Absolutely. So, he's got like a Czech passport on him.
Right. Okay.
And they come back and they're like, "Yes, this man who threatened our young lad is some sort of Czechoslovakian filth." So let's see his papers.
He took them, and he doesn't roughly, but he opens the boy's jacket. And is the boy, I'm assuming that he's probably thin, he's probably Has he been like physically assaulted in any way, or is there?
It doesn't look like he's been beaten
abuse,
too badly, but he looks fairly underfed. He looks like he's had a bit of a rough time, right? He probably was, I'd say like the kind of bruising you get when you've been stuffed somewhere for a bit. You know what I mean? Like hiding. That kind of...
Okay, then Oscar is going to try to convince this lieutenant, and he's going to convince him of the following, that this boy was coming to work on the movie, promises of loyalty and fame. But he wants to say that, he's been taken advantage of. You caught your man. I am so appreciative of your... Please let me... My wife is planning a party, but I will see to this boy personally.
You're Captain Leixner, yes?
Yeah.
The movie. Heard good things about the movie.
So it was all good until this terrible bit of business.
And he looks over at Nalini, because there's a woman here who's dressed in seems like expensive clothing, who's been knocked down, right? And he goes, he walks up to you and he just says something to you in German, which you don't understand. The rest of you who do speak German he's like, I apologize for anything you must have seen. This must have been very difficult for you. You can tell he's sort of speaking to you, but you have no idea what he's saying.
I feel like at this point, Preetam has picked up some German from...
Freida's been working with you.
Yep.
Yeah, so like he tries to reply back. He goes, basically saying, she's fine. Thank you for your concern. Unfortunately, she cannot speak German. She's unable to quite understand Justin. I'm so sorry.
And he switches to French. He goes, I am...
he asks, but Preetam was like, do you speak French?
And he, as a person who does a lot of checks on people's IDs, does speak French. He goes, I'm so sorry, mademoiselle, that you had to see this bit of violence. This is what happens when there are people who are enemies of freedom. People who want to undermine what is, should be, gloriousness. If you need anything, we here, the friends, would be helpful, be happy to help you in some way. Is there something we may do to make this better? You seem to be somewhat distressed. How can we help?
Thank you for your concern, but I am with my brother now. It will be okay.
I see. And he nods and he goes, if you need anything while you're here, you are welcome. And he says, your brother, we know him well. And you might wonder why it is he does. And he goes, he is... and he's trying to think of the right word in French. He goes, he is a celebrity that is doing good work to help us all make this better. So I'm sorry you had to see this, but please know, we here are going to make sure that your stay is safe and that such violence does not hit you. I am sorry. And you get the sense that he might have made a more of a fuss or stuck around or maybe made some trouble, but your presence and the fact that you had fallen and were sort of in distress clearly is making him back off. And he sort of turns to his soldiers and goes like, Captain Leixner has this at this moment. We will need you, Captain, to come back with step by at some point for paperwork purposes, but we will let you have your actor and take him with you. Whatever it is you need to do, we'll just need a report later. We see
puts his hand out to the lieutenant.
And the lieutenant
doesn't salute. He puts his hand out as a personal gesture.
And this lieutenant shakes your hand, and you can tell it's a little unorthodox because there's probably a lot more to be done, but you have guests with you. And so he's going to sort of let you leave with them and your young actor fellow as they go to take care of this body. And then
At that point,
hear,
Preetam,
get back to business. Nothing to see here. They start shouting at the people around.
at that point, Preetam kind of like hands kind of gently nudges Nalini towards Holgar or Oscar, and then turns to the officer that's there, and he goes, "By the way, if you do not mind, as you probably already know, as the doctor of this, the main doctor of this precinct, please be sure to be gentle with the body. I do need to perform an official report and autopsy."
Oh, of course. And this lieutenant says, would you mind one small thing, if you don't mind?
Yes. How can I help?
And he pulls out a small poster with your face on it. And it's a poster of you in front of like and Nalini, you see it in front of like a radio microphone. And it says, and it says, the voice of free India in French. And you look quite dashing. And there are swastikas on it. And it's black and white, and it's an advertisement for your show, for your radio broadcasts. And because you are in the spotlight after all. And he goes, if you would, my sister came to visit Paris on vacation, and she saw your poster. She has got quite a bit of a crush on you. Would you sign this for her?
You see, he clearly started going into nervous laughter. He's just like, oh, thank you. That's awfully kind. I'm not generally one.
Her name is Marit. If you could.
Oh, my autograph doesn't go far.
Are you kidding? And he turns to Nalini and switches to French. Your brother is a bit of a heartthrob, I think they say here. So my sister has her heart is aflame for your brother.
I am starting to see that. Would you happen to have another one of those posters, perhaps?
One moment, and he orders in German one of his people to just go get one, right?
I can before he goes, no, I have plenty at home, but I promise.
But if it's not a problem, I would love.
Oh, no, and one of the soldiers is like ordered off, runs out of the station. You're not that far from the entrance. It doesn't take too long. Comes back with what was clearly pulled off the streets, a poster of our good Prince Preetam.
Yeah.
And hands it to you. Hands it to the lieutenant. Hands it to you.
Merci beaucoup.
Yeah. He does like practically chicken scratch. Being doctor, probably is very good at it. And he goes, I'm sure you have officers. I'm sure you have plenty of duties to do and a lot of work. We should probably leave the scene. My sister's quite tired. It's been a long journey from home, and she needs her rest and relaxation, especially after that gruesome debacle. If you do not mind, thank you.
And Nalini will take that poster and roll it up and put it away. That is hers.
And you are moved into a very nice, expensive, large car, and which has a nice sort of window to sort of give you privacy in the back. And Preetam, Nalini, and Holgar, Oscar, are sort of placed in the back, whereas you have Clements driving and Ishwar is sort of put in the front as well. And these three other guards stand outside of the car on the running board. One of them has got a motorcycle that's behind, and you are sort of driven off, leaving you three in the car by basically with sort of, you have privacy in this car, but you can see them up front and around you as you are sort of driven off and out.
Can I put the boy up between Clements?
Yes.
In the middle of the seat? Okay.
Absolutely. And the boy's like has stopped crying, and it doesn't really know what's going on, but is keeping himself quiet.
I think while he's doing that, like Preetam like reaches into his medical bag and pulls out a little lollipop, and then hands it over to.
He's probably 18, a young 18.
But
like he's like a young 18. You know what I mean? Probably looks a little younger because he hasn't had good nutrition. But he will take that lollipop. I will tell you what, with hunger, right? Mm-hmm. Like with like. And as you're getting in, I will just say that Clemens will say to Nalini in a French that's not particularly good. He'll say, "Your Highness, we will make sure you go shopping on the Champs-Élysées and get the best fashion." Right? As like, there's a dead body over there. This is what he says to her as to try to impress her.
Is it sounding like he's trying to hit on her?
No. Yeah, Holgar's gonna give him a tone it down there tiger look.
Yeah, but more like he's not at all fazed by the violence. Like that just wasn't even a big deal to him. But more like, oh, there's a guest. Hey, there's great
it's
shopping
like hospitality.
in Paris.
Yeah. Well, how would I, where would we take the princess?
Yes.
Here, this is where we take one of Holgar's guests.
Yeah, he just doesn't want you to think that you're not going to get good shopping while you're here.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
Because the violence was nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
and Clemens has no interest in it. She's not a good German woman.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No. But he doesn't want you to think that like you're not going to get good shopping while you're here. Yeah, and that's like the vibe you get from him. Like he's And you're in this car moving, heading towards the party that you don't know about.
Yeah. Nope.
Freedom.
Well, I think kind of along the way, at some point under her breath, Nalini will ask, "हम कब बात कर सकते हैं?"
जब हम अकेले हैं तब.
Okay. Wait, when can we talk?
Yeah, and I say when we're alone.
Okay, and I think that's all Nalini is going to say, and I think she's going to take to looking out the window.
As you are driving,
Gay Paris.
As you're driving through the city, there are almost no cars on the street. Not very few cars driving. Some here or there, but not many. And the cars that you do see driving are mostly military vehicles or the vehicles of very wealthy people. You see people on the streets. Many of them look underfed or they're rich. You see soldiers. You see checkpoints everywhere. You see all of these beautiful places of Paris. Beautiful. Papered over with German signs. And there are soldiers walking with ladies. It's this weird thing where the city seems totally fine, like it was before, but you see all these posters adorning the walls, some of them talking about people who have been executed for being traitors. Posters of Preetam here or there now, actually. Posters of happy, good-looking German soldiers smiling next to little small French children and the friendship between them all. And you see posters for new movies. It's like this wonderful tourist space, but if the only people who get to be there are German occupiers. And everything is very clean. And you see like, sort of signs of violence here or there. And you are driven out of the city. And as you're driven out of the city, you're driven up to a large estate. Like a beautiful, beautiful mansion. And there are guards up front, of course. But when they see who is there, they just sort of flag you by without even really asking you anything. And you are moved in this large drive, beautiful, huge house, some outbuildings. You do not know where you're being brought, but you are being brought into this gorgeous, gorgeous space. And another German soldier walks up to the car, and he sort of stands there waiting for you all to exit.
Nalini's just gonna look around. She's not
Who
getting out
was it that-
first.
Sorry, I kind of
Holgar would jump out and
Yes.
hold the door open and offer
Yeah.
his hand
Yes.
for Nalini to just, help her out of the car as is appropriate.
Yeah, she will take it and exit.
And he will just
Look
start
around.
speaking in German again, and he will say something to the group, and he'll say, it is good to see you here. And he'll sort of notice the young lad who seems very distressed in some ways, with a little bit of like weirdness, like what is that about? And he'll say, the function is already being planned. Everyone is inside for you. My understanding is that this is one of the guests, and he's pointing to Nalini, and also
Yes,
there's
this is my sister.
and he goes, yes, well, my understanding, and he sort of says this, and you don't know why, with such sexist diminishment. It is apparently some sort of ladies-only brunch. So we gents are not going to be allowed. He says, but that one doesn't look like he can travel. This is a good German lad, he says.
Yeah,
French?
yeah. He's one of mine.
Does he need something?
Get him something to eat. He's been through a time. I
Oh,
will tell you.
and he goes,
Would
He's,
you
a,
like
he's a
to-
fantastic actor. He's been doing a lot of.
and he goes,
what's that?
I'm sorry,
is
I'm
it
sorry.
Method
He goes,
acting.
wait, he needs food, you said.
So I will get him something, but
No.
Let
Listen,
me tell. Well,
Captain.
wait.
Captain,
Let me-
please listen to me.
let-
This is very important. If this young lad of yours needs food, he'll have to come inside. As a matter of fact,
I'm not
all
going
of you
in there.
gentlemen should... Oh, no.
Yeah.
All of you
yeah,
gentlemen
wait, no,
should
hold on.
definitely come inside.
Here's what he wants to do. Holgar's gonna look at this guy and go, "You want to go in there? Yes, my wife is in there.
Yes.
I know.
Yes.
I know a place where we can go. But you don't have to be here, do you? I have a story to tell. There's some drinks that we could have. There's the woman's brunch, and then there's what's the men do.
Yeah, he says, I know. But I think 15, 20 minutes of all of us gentlemen there to help your friend who needs food, as if they've got good catering set up, probably would
Okay.
not hurt.
Right. So Holgar's gonna look him right in the eye. Wait, Holgar's gonna look him right in the eye and say, "You know it's my wife, right? You know that if we piss her off, is that what's going to happen to me?" And he says it completely blunt.
And I believe the Nightingale isn't there, and I don't think you would want her to be in an upset mood. Poor lass, has just been coming out of her unfortunate state. Perhaps a little space, as a doctor, I could suggest.
And
he indicates Preetam, and then if he's going to be familiar, he's going to put his hand on this captain's shoulder, and he's going to say, "Listen, this is hills that I have fought and died on numerous times. I can tell you that the solution, whether you win or lose the fight, is some great scotch, and I have this."
And he says, he leans, he goes, listen. And he says this just to Holgar, so that the others can't hear, although you can still hear. He's being subtle, but it won't be hard for you to overhear if you want. He goes, listen, do me a bit of a favor. Your wife is causing trouble, as she's... has an attitude problem. I would appreciate if you would just show up for about 15 minutes. You'll leave before the party starts, just to let her know who's in charge of things, and it'll get this friend of yours, this young lad of yours, an excuse to give him some food, and I have very good scotch in the house. The rich bitch who thinks she owns this place, has a wonderful cellar of alcohol, and we have access to everything. So I can get you some good scotch. You can help me make your wife let her know that she's not in charge of anything. In particular, we'll be out before her little thing starts.
He, again, with his stage whisper and the conspiratorial nature of all this, he wants Nalini, he wants Preetam, and everybody to hear this. Yeah. He goes, my friends, I don't want to tell you how to think tactically, but if we are going to do this, and I'm going to make my home life warm, then you do not do this at the beginning. You do this at the end. You let them have their little party, and then the last 15 minutes you show up. So any goodwill that they have brought up and any fun that they have had, that is overshadowed by our arrival. It is called being fashionably late.
You know what? I like it. So,
Let's go. Let's go. This battle.
Before we go, I had a question.
Yes.
Was all of this in German?
Yes.
Okay.
Empathy.
So Nalini understood none of it. Can she roll
Yes.
it? Is this guy an asshole check?
Empathy.
I don't think you need to roll
The greatest check
I
in the
think
game, by the way.
It's just
Oh no, because she gets to
Is
ask
this
more. She
person
gets
an
to ask
asshole?
more detailed questions out of this.
I
one.
was just
okay.
that was
What
just
kind
a
of
good-
asshole? What variety? What flavor? of
Yeah,
asshole?
yeah, no, like
Uh-huh.
as somebody of the diminutive sex, reading assholes is and engaging them
Yes.
is kind of part of your job.
Indeed.
He's hard to read, though, isn't he?
He is hard to read, and and you have damsel in distress, which you can use to give you a bonus here, which would bring you up to a 5 out of his 6. But you would need one more.
Can I deliberately fail this?
Yes, but this is for the captain.
I was going to say I can deliberately fail, but okay. Yes, you are dealing with 2 assholes at the point.
But you can, but actually, your deliberate fail actually will be important. And you're gonna.
So I guess I can read his reactions to
Yeah.
him
Would
and
you
how
like to
he's
spend
treating him.
If you spend a fate point,
I think, regardless
That
of
would
what
work for you.
happens, one thing I wanted to mention, like would I be able to read Nalini in this state? I feel like he would understand, knowing her, at least her past nature. Like there are moments where he kind of there are certain tells I feel like he could pick up on. And if she finds that, this person to her, obviously everybody here finds to their dislike, but if she starts taking any action.
Oh no, she is.
Okay.
She is. This is more of the.
Okay.
The free thing, the calculating and observant. She is.
Okay.
So he is observing and
spend your fate
taking
point.
mental notes.
Spend that fate point.
Alrighty.
For that calculating. So you may ask 2 questions about Oscar, and you can ask 1 question about this guy.
Okay. The first question about Oscar is because she also did observe everything that happened in the station.
Yes, she did.
Is Oscar genuine in his regard for Preetam?
Yes. In fact, he's downplaying it.
Okay. All right. I'll come back to the second question about him in a second. About the...
Any question you want to ask about this captain guy that you could pick up by how well you read people.
Okay. Is it more to my advantage to come off as helpless to this man or as clever?
That's a great question. That's a very good question about this fellow. When you sort of read him, this is what you pick up about him. He seems to be he does not seem to respect helpless women. He does not seem to respect, but he likes to make them helpless, right? So there's a thing, he likes to sort of put people in a helpless position and then he can disrespect them. He also seems to be in a little bit of a power trip, right? He seems to really be, you get the sense that he's the kind of person who is really in charge in this space. This is his space, right? And he likes to indulge in being in charge of this space. He's not unsmart. He's not unwise. He seems like a fairly good operator. You get the sense that respectful, clever, but not threatening is the way to go, right? Somebody who is smart, who respects his authority, not particularly helpless, but not threatening, right? Like, like
flattery. Like respectful flattery.
Yes,
like,
yes, right.
Yeah.
So like somebody who's like, if he thinks of you as weak, he won't respect you, and that's no good. If he thinks of you as too outside of your box, that's too threatening, and so that's not good. So like a clever woman, if that makes any sense, somebody who's like a woman who's like not your average gal, but works well with him.
Okay.
Right? Also, you're going to want to probably downplay your wealth and status. In the sense that you get a sense he does not like rich, powerful people.
Okay.
Like, it's going to be kind of a weird thing, but he does not seem to... He seems to have some kind of class resentment, is the best way to put it.
Okay.
So if you can kind of downplay your... You don't want to seem like you've got class power over him.
Yeah.
Right? That's the best way to put it.
Impressed by his merit.
Yes. That is a good way to go for him. Yes. Okay. And so he looks and he goes, "You're right. You're right, Captain. I should probably escort this young lady into this place, and where shall we meet? You know what? I have the perfect place. There is an outbuilding on the back. We should meet there." And he points to one of his guards. "Have them drive to the back outbuilding. We'll drink there." And he's going to direct the vehicle towards this sort of back. There are a number of these outbuildings because this used to be a huge, massive estate. They're like, stables and whatnot, right? They've been converted. And so he's going to sort of direct your vehicle, so all of the gentlemen, out to this back building, which is now sort of housing soldiers. It's sort of like a barracks, but there's a nice sort of like you call it like a place where soldiers would sort of party, congregate, because they don't get to be in the big house. That's only him. So you're going to be sort of directed, your vehicle will be directed to this place there where there's some bunks out there, big table, cards, sort of drinks, a lot of things that are clearly meant for very wealthy people to have been moved into this place for the soldiers who are guards on duty to sort of enjoy themselves. And you're all sort of spent there. And he will take Nalini and sort of guide her towards this big mansion. And he'll say,
Before he goes, he stops the man. He goes, "If you don't mind, can you please be sure to introduce her to Miss Likshna and Miss Engel?"
"My pleasure." And he will nod, and he will take Nalini and sort of put his arm up.
Before Nalini leaves, she goes, what's the word? I'm trying to think it in Hindi.
It's fine. Just say it in English.
Yeah, basically,
we'll assume it's in Hindi.
Yeah, he says to her in Hindi, "Keep your head down. Don't do anything unnecessary until we talk."
Tum saath nahi aa rahe ho? Basically, you're not coming with me.
He goes, "Ladies' night," and he just says that. He says that in English. He kind of just ladies' night.
Ladies' brunch. Oh.
Ladies' brunch. And then
Maar dalungi tumhe. With a smile. I'm gonna kill you.
And then he's like
and basically glaring daggers, murder. Little sister to big bro, I will rip your face off with my hands. As she's being led away.
He goes, "Tell me something new."
And your brother and the rest of this group you can see their car being driven off to one of these outbuildings. So it looks like they're going to be on this estate as you are being led into this beautiful, beautiful home. And all of these, and I will note that...
what happens to Ishwar?
He wants to come with you.
Yeah, and then I think...
but your captain's like, "It's a ladies' night."
I do believe there's some help. There are some helping hands over there, staff members. Would it be all right to consider him as such? He is her entourage and security, and as someone who is my sister, I would prefer if she has that security. She's brand new in town.
He thinks about it and he says, "You don't even have to roll." He goes, "Yes, men with security reasons being present, useful. Of course he can attend."
Damn this asshole.
And he is an asshole. And Ashwar is like, and sort of like is going to sort of go with the three of you are going in as the rest of you. And so you know your brother is in a building that's just right over there with Oscar. And as you two walk into the building, I will note that KP has to leave right now. KP,
I'm sorry.
Could you just give us a love as you walk out? And by the way, I have to tell you something. It's really important before you go.
Okay.
Pooja just told me something that might upset you.
Okay.
Yeah. She's going to be here next week.
Yay!
That means you're not off the hook. You're not off the hook.
That's fine. KP's happy. Preetam's not. That's what's new. What's new? But I'm so happy. Pooja's here. I love Pooja so much, and I'm so glad we get to play in another game together. And it's absolutely fantastic, and it's still brother sister, but a different dynamic, and I just love it.
Very different.
And I cannot wait to see where this goes next. Hello, sorry everybody, I gotta drop my wife off at the airport and we don't have time. So because of that, I have to head out. Thank you all so much for joining us. My name is KP. You can find me as KP11 Studios on all your social medias. I do many things. I do photography and streaming, and you can catch all of that any other time. Just come follow me, come check me out over there, and you'll know everything. So yeah, but thanks everyone. Love you guys.
Our best to Suma.
Safe
travels to her.
I'll be gone for 4 months.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna join her in 2.
I was gonna say best wishes to you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very survival sort of situation for me. So please wish me well. And so with that, I bid you all adieu. Thank you all so much. Bye. Should I just what should I do?
You can go.
I can just
Bye.
leave.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Bye, KP.
Love you all.
I've got overlays for everything. I just have to
you do.
I just have to fix the names. So we are going to be wrapping at this moment, but I want to keep our Oscar here for a bit. The names are all wrong. We will fix it. Don't worry about it. I got it. Let me hit this for a moment. All,
I recognize these names.
all the wrong names.
Hello, I am French now.
Oscar, you
I
are
am French.
sort of driven, right? Your whole retinue is driven to this like outbuilding, a building you've actually been around before because you have snuck through this estate before. You have been in and out, and you know this place, and you know the small house where Lisette is sort of kept captive outside, and so you know this place much better than a lot of people would assume that you do, as you're brought to one of these sort of spaces where the soldiers are where they party basically, because and there are a couple soldiers here, but generally they're like walking the grounds, right? There's the big hedge maze out back, and people are walking the grounds, and you're sort of being left there so that you gents can sort of party during this brunch while still being present enough to keep everything safe in case communists show up to attack everybody. And Nalini, you and this captain, who is sort of tall, he's thin, he is well groomed, but he doesn't have the manners of somebody who's upper class, if that makes any sense, right? Like, he's clearly risen through the ranks, but he's not of breeding, and he clearly has an issue with that. And he sort of takes you into this place, and this place is... I mean, it's not as good as your palace. Like, you have a palace, but this is clearly the estate of somebody... it's a good Bridgerton estate, shall we put it, right?
Yeah.
And
perfectly respectable.
It's very respectable, and there is in this place you have a beautiful sort of like large ballroom that has been sort of being turned into this sort of place for events. Like, a lot of food is set up. There's probably also in the garden area sort of set up so you can sort of eat outside. There is like an ice sculpture. There are all these super hot dudes in kind of, I imagine, somewhat tight clothing, lifting and moving things about, also working as waiters, very, very like actor handsome, you know what I mean? Like actor handsome guys who are about, and this, I'm just telling you.
I would love to attend this party in real life.
I'm just telling you. And you can see sort of paintings of, like, sort of a family. And one of the women in this painting, as you can see, she's standing there and she's this woman and dressed very, very well. And there's also next to her these two other women who are there. There's 3 women here. Like, nobody else is here yet. And this man, this captain, who has got a victory because he gets to be here again in a way, to stick it to you all, shows up with this beautiful young woman and goes, Frau Leixner, you have a guest. Her Royal Highness, Nalini Singh, is here. One of your guests for your ladies' brunch. Your husband, by the way, is here, making sure that you're safe.
Oh, good. That is his job.
Yes.
At least today.
Yes. All of us gentlemen are going to be around. But let me hand you, of course, one of your
And I
guests.
think at this moment, Frieda comes forward because we have established that Preetam and Frieda have spent a good bit of time together, and that she's been teaching him German in exchange for him teaching her Hindi.
Yeah.
And she is a cunning linguist.
She is.
So she is going to come up to Nalini and Hindi. Probably not. Again, she's only been learning this language for like 5 months or so, 5-6 months. So,
But she's very good at languages.
but she's very good at languages, so it's not like flawless, but it's not bad. Hindi, and she would maybe
Proficient?
good. Yeah, proficient enough. Conversational.
Conversational. That's a good
If not
one.
a little bit better. Come up and say, "Oh, I'm so pleased to meet you. Preetam has said so much about you. I'm Frieda Engel. This is Frau Leixner and Lisette."
Countess Lisette de Rouen.
Yeah, well, it's in Hindi,
yeah,
so
yeah.
he can't.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Yeah.
understand.
He's
Yeah.
just like
Yeah.
watching this, and he's wanders off a little bit while the introduction is going for probably nefarious reasons.
Yeah.
Probably. But she'll say,
Oh, you know what?
"I'm
Before he
so glad
wanders
to meet
off,
you."
I
Oh
would
yeah,
like to-
before
I
yeah,
just
go
want
ahead.
to simply thank him, and I say, thank you so much. You know, if you had a wife, you might have somebody to protect her as well.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be protecting you.
And I turn, I don't need it. My husband's here. And I turn back to our esteemed guest, who is not him, and I want to make sure he knows that. And I introduce myself. I am Regina Leixner. I heard that you've had an opportunity to meet my husband.
Oh yes. And before he goes away, I think
He's not going
Nalini-
far, by the way. He's very purposefully walking over to where
And
there's
like in the most awful path possible. Yeah.
and there's like there's clearly like a bar where some of like the really important to the family older alcohol is, and he just picks up a bottle of this alcohol that is clearly where you would put the alcohol that's important, right? He just picks up the bottle and walks back over to you, just holding it, and he's looking the entire time at this woman, Lisette, with a smile. He's like,
May I have an empty cup?
oh, and he sort of pours you a small glass, and he just sort of smiles at Lisette, and it's clearly like, this is my alcohol, but it's also clearly not his home, it is her home.
Yeah.
And he's like, I will let you all to it.
Thank you for your kindness. She'll say in French because that's
and
the only
he's-
language she has.
And he smiles, and can I get a rapport roll from you, please?
Sure.
I will need that from you.
A 1.
What did you roll?
Well,
A
I
lot
have
of
a plus
negatives.
Yes.
+3. Yeah.
Yeah.
The dice have not been
They have
favoring
not
me
been.
today.
Now,
They've
I
not
will
been
note,
kind.
if you like, you can use a fate point to re-roll.
I'm down to 1 of those.
It is true.
You will technically get all of them back
It is
next
true.
session.
Next session.
Oh,
next
okay.
week.
Yes.
If this is per session, okay. Well,
Yes,
then I'll
it
use
is.
that.
It'll be perfect.
I
You
didn't
get-
know if they
Mhm.
refresh.
Every session
Yeah.
they refresh.
Okay. good to know.
And can I help by just being
Yes.
a wonderful guest
Uh,
or a hostess?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All
You,
I
right.
have rapport.
Regina cannot, but you can.
I was about to say, Regina has
Thank
no
you.
interest.
But,
Yes.
there are reasons why Frieda
Because
can help.
yes, and also Frieda is very much on that, like, get on their good side.
But
type of
also,
person.
she grew up working class and he knows that. So yes, you can help.
Yeah, she did.
Yes.
And that's what she's famous for to a certain extent.
Yep,
yeah.
it is actually what she's famous for. That is true.
Yeah.
You can re-roll.
Ooh, excellent.
You can reroll with a +1.
Yes.
Sweet. And then I can add I add a 1 here.
Mhm. Just put a 1. Not a +1, but a
Yeah,
1.
just put a
Just a 1. Okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it gets a little tricky.
That's a good.
Would you like, now that is still technically a failure, would you
He
like to
rolled a great.
succeed at a major cost? And you can
I
ask what
don't
the major
know.
cost is.
Yeah, what are major costs?
Now, I will also note there are still other fate points on the table that you could just use a fate point.
There are.
But you'd have to
I
use
was
a
going to say, can we give her a group fate point?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I feel like
Okay.
the
No
boost
major
won't stay,
costs.
will they? Can we use the boost?
Yes, you
Wolf
can.
Wolves clothing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's free for you to
Yes,
exchange
it is.
Mm-hmm.
Boom. The boost is there. So tell me how these hot guys are going to help you charm this fellow in this moment.
Maybe there's an
well,
absence of hot guys, and that makes him feel better about himself.
I think also as I know he doesn't care for nobility, but in this moment he has a young, like a young, I mean, especially at that time,
But he
like
sort
she's
of
in
likes
like prime.
outsiders, if that makes any sense. Right? Like, he doesn't like nobility, but he likes outsiders.
But
Yep.
he also has the blaring force of a young woman's
Yes.
charm focused on him, as opposed to the other men in
Yes.
this
That is correct.
joint.
Yeah.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a lot of eye candy.
Yes. And so he smiles and he sort of gives you a bow, a sort of a slight bow, and he says, Your Highness, if you need anything, my home is your home, and I will do whatever you need to make yourself at comfort. I will be out in the back rooms and the back houses, but there are, and he sort of angles himself so that you can see, but the others, well, it's okay for Freddie to see. He just doesn't really,
He doesn't want Regina.
or
Yeah.
Lizette to see. He doesn't really,
Mhm.
all those that knows, if you'll notice, and he sort of points to, there's a small buzzer, right? Like a servant's quarters buzzer. That's actually, he sort of points out where it is, and that is actually, here's that buzzer right there. If you hit it, it will ring where your husband, her husband and the rest of us, your brother actually, where we'll be playing cards, I think. So if you need anything, you can hit that buzzer and the bell will ring, and we will come immediately.
I feel incredibly safe and protected already.
It is good that you do. You should be aware that there's, and he says, would you take 2 steps with me?
Of course. And she'll just make quick eye contact with Frieda, because Frieda has talked to her in Hindi, which means my brother trusts her.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically. That's why
Yeah, and
Freda
Regina right now is in full cover.
and greeted you warmly.
Yeah.
Like as if you were like an extension of family,
Yeah.
almost.
He pulls you to the side a little bit, and he just sort of leans in, not to be inappropriate, but so that he can speak to you without them hearing. And he says, you are a guest here. You don't know everything, what's going on. I don't know what you've been told and what you haven't, but I will give you a few tips as somebody who's been around these people for a very long time.
I will be grateful for your guidance.
Sorry, I don't mean to laugh.
You're going to be put into a very unfortunate and dangerous situation, I'm afraid. You are a guest of honor at a den of vipers. All of the women who are anybody who's everyone, and everyone who's anyone in this city is going to be here. And this party is being arranged by Frau Leixner, and Regina Leixner is well known to be a terrible human being who throws things at maids, who abuses the people who work at the hotels in the cities, famously. She is cruel, she is disdainful of those who do not have as much money as she does, and she is everything that is... And you can see that he's getting a little angry, and he calms down a bit. He goes,
Oh yeah, Nalini's been responding with like sympathetic, like disapproving sounds.
She is what I hope the new Reich will get rid of. All of those people who have, well, there are a lot of people here today who will probably try your patience. Watch out for her. Oh, Ms. Engel, she's good. She's a good one. You can trust her. the Countess Roland, she's one of the people who, well, don't regard her very much. She's not very interesting. There'll be the ambassador's wife will be here. You will not like her either. She is also someone with too much arrogance. But there will be someone you might find useful coming today as well. There is not very particularly important as far as all of that goes, but there is a woman. You'll know her. She's the wife of the chief of police. She's a good woman. You will like her. Also, one of your countrywomen will be here. A friend of your brother's. She's well connected to all of your freedom movement. Lakshmi Roy, she will be here. I think that she is dating your brother, is what the word around town is. And she will be here. She was invited as well to make you feel at home. So you will have a countrywoman with you. The wife of the chief of police is good. There are a few others, but I would recommend you staying close to Ms. Engel. She's an opera singer, and she's got a good head on her shoulders. We have not really been... We don't know each other well, but I know of her. Her reputation speaks well to her. And don't let them harass you or be, what do they say this, a mean girl you. They can be a pack of hyenas, these women. I see it all the time. They just rip people to pieces. So if they are cruel to you in any way, you let me know and I will come in and break up the party a little bit.
Of course. And once again, I thank you for your guidance. I would truly be lost without it.
Oh, well, you're fresher and you're new, and I do what I can. Thank you.
Thank you.
And he takes this expensive and very old bottle of scotch, and
while they're talking again, I would love to make another empathy roll to see, just to get a better idea of what this guy's about.
Please do.
Oh, I beat him.
2 questions, or a question and a boost.
I would like to know one of his aspects, if I may.
Yes, you may. You can. From empathy. You can know. Oh, that's very exciting. What you can know is this. Oh. Which one would you like to know? Would you like to know his trouble aspect?
I was kind of leaning towards his trouble aspect, yes. If that can be gleaned via empathy, I would love to know his trouble aspect.
Nalini is a very attractive woman. She is young, attractive, influential. She is the kind of woman that many fellas might be interested in. And this guy here, as you know, he's quite handsy.
Yes, I know quite well, actually.
He pinches the bottoms of maids and whatnot and all that. Look, he's got quite the reputation of being the fellow who pinched the bottom of the maids.
He picked me out a dress once, not that he'd recall.
Yes.
Yes.
You know what, though? It's a little glance. And there's something about his posture that reads like, oh, he's being a little flirty, maybe. Maybe he's into her. But it's not in his eyes at all, actually.
Interesting.
I mean, he's very much a skirt chaser. Everybody knows it. But it's this one little moment. It's a very, very brief moment where you see his eyes flick to one of the gentlemen.
Oh, because we have so many
You have some very hot men
Pepsi commercial
at this
guys.
party. And you notice that all of that skirt chasing you've heard about
is a cover. It's a front.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
It's a good trouble aspect to know.
Yes, his trouble aspect is that he may chase skirts, but it's not where his interest lies. Let's put it that way.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Interesting. So wonderful to know.
Mhm.
I was concerned for Lisette for a moment about certain things, but Freida's immediately relieved of such concerns.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
She's like, oh, Lisette hasn't been. Oh, she's fine.
no,
Okay.
he's brutal to her.
Yes, but he hasn't
No, he is not.
sexually assaulted her. Yes.
No, and he would not.
Which was the question Freida wanted to
Yeah.
discern at this party.
Yeah.
And she's got her answer
Yep.
without having to make Lisette uncomfortable.
Yes.
So that's great.
And you can tell that from your vibe as well. Like, he has an eye for the he likes beefcake rather than cheesecake, as it were.
Oh.
And you can
That's
tell
good to know.
that he feels somewhat, I don't know.
He wishes he was a girl at this party so he could admire all the beefcake.
Well, I mean, there's that. No, he seems to feel somewhat. It's a weird way to say it. He seems to be concerned about Nalini's safety in the midst of this party, right? He seems
Which
to.
is interesting.
He seems to want to make sure that she's not humiliated or mistreated by some people who are very well known to be very, very mean people. Regina.
Yeah, like
likes
yes, I've noticed he has a particular disdain.
He
The
does
one skirt
actually.
he won't
Nice.
chase, y'all. Pew pew.
As a matter of fact, he does have a particular disdain for her, a person he's never actually met, right? Like,
This would also he probably met her at the last party because they were guests.
yes, but they did not really interact a whole lot. But like,
No.
yes,
But this also explains why he's unmarried.
yes, it does actually explain why he's unmarried.
Yes.
And
So that's
he's-
my first question.
yes,
I didn't mean to poke at that bear.
you did actually,
Um,
and he's like, you not take a question or a boost.
We might need that boost, Joe.
I'm thinking that boost. Would we have the boost next session?
Yes, you will, because you got it this one,
Okay.
so I'll let you keep it.
Because I'm tempted to take the boost or ask him what he's hiding. Because he's hiding something here at this party. Or at this estate. Or in concerns to Lisette. Mm-hmm.
It's up to you.
He rolled real bad.
Mhm.
Shockingly.
It's up to you.
Yeah, I think for now, I'll go with the boost.
All right.
We can always
the
do
boost can
another
also be
discover
used
action
to
on him later.
We got him later. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I think maybe once he has departed from
Which he does.
our dear guest, right? Regina will come over with that. I don't want to call it a fake smile because she does a really good job at convincing everybody that she wants to be here.
Look,
but when
she has a really
realizes-
bad reputation among people who are working class. I'm just
No,
going
she
to note it.
does.
She has
And
a
I
real
love
bad
how it's
reputation.
coming out here.
It's supposed to, right?
Yeah.
She's supposed to.
Yeah.
That's part of the cover, right? She
Yeah.
needs people to hate her and not think who she actually is. But she does come over realizing you speak French because
Yeah.
she didn't hear you speak French before. She switches to French, not German. She definitely doesn't want to speak in English. And she smiles and maybe hooks arms with you if you would allow her, leaning in to make it look like you're just part of the party. She's going to walk you around. She's going to show you the gardens, but she will whisper in French in your ear, almost dropping. You know what? You're a rather astute person. You would know instantly that Regina drops the guys as she speaks to you in French. And she says, I do want you to know I'm very glad you're here. I know your brother was a bit surprised, but your presence is important to what we are doing.
Oh no.
And Regina smiles again and she simply says, everything that you see here is a lie. That man, the one who so desperately wants you to like him. And I gesture to a flower on a bush,
Yeah.
right? Kind of a thing. Or I simply say, he's holding the woman whose house this actually is hostage, as per the local military. I like to check in on her every once in a while. She tends to help us.
And I think Nalini will take an interest in that same flower.
Yeah, and and we're all walking as a group, I'm sure.
Yeah.
We're just like, we're like, oh,
Yeah.
girls.
I'm showing her
Yeah.
around. This is our
Last-minute preps.
esteemed guest, right? This is our
Mhm.
esteemed guest for this.
And she will say,
Hand her like a glass of something to drink.
yeah. Thank you for your honesty. I'm afraid my brother has left me here without information and quite unguarded.
She
It's
goes,
quite regrettable.
do not fret. You're not unguarded. Nothing will happen to you, at least not while you're here with me or Frieda. I am assured that your trip in was rather interesting.
Yes, I was made quickly aware of exactly where I had come.
I know you
Well-
and Frieda, not Frieda, you and Preetam probably have things to discuss after the event. Just the two of you, but I would love to speak with you after the party regardless, after you two have had your conversation.
I imagine that she'll have an opportunity to speak with all of us. We have a rather large favor to ask.
Well, as you may expect, my brother and I have much to discuss, but
I would assume so if you've heard the propaganda about him. And she'll use the word propaganda specifically.
yes, and I saw it en route as well.
Yes, it's difficult doing the work nobody else will.
But yes, I look forward to speaking more personally with both of you and get your impressions on what my brother has been up to.
Oh, I imagine we can leave you with a fair share of impressions, but know that your brother is, by all sense of the word, helping everyone that he can.
And
He
I
takes
would
his doctor's oath very seriously.
note that as you're walking the grounds, you're probably out the back, right? And there's this beautiful
Right next to the murder hedge maze?
Yeah, the hedge maze. There's like a hedge maze. And
just the hedge maze, I'm sorry.
Liz
isn't here.
You don't need to mention it's a murder hedge maze. And
Look, that's Freida's impression of it.
and I would note this, which will be important for next time. There are, within that hedge maze, there's like in the center, there's a nice gazebo.
Ooh. Yeah, can I, before we end, can I make an advantage?
What would that be?
Because I have been here before.
You have.
And including inside of the murder hedge maze.
You can just call it a hedge maze. We don't need to make Pooja nervous about the hedge
murder,
maze.
The murder hedge maze.
We're not,
Well, it's only
it's not to kill you, I swears it. Somebody else
it's-
murdered here, not us.
Look, it's when Elias is present, it's a murder hedge maze, but that's just Freida's only impression of it. So, inside the murder hedge maze, I would like for her to have a bit of a lay of the land, so to speak. If she, like a sense of familiarity, should she need to find a secluded corner to speak with someone later on.
Awareness.
Because she's already been in the murder hedge maze and other secluded areas of the courtyard and inside the kitchens and things too, which she would be allowed as one of the house planners. So.
Awareness.
Awareness.
Yes,
Wonderful.
please.
I was about to
Can I
say,
ask
what is
if-
your awareness? What is your awareness?
+2.
Okay, I got a +3 if we want to help each other out.
Mhm.
Sure.
Mhm.
Sure. All right. Boop. So it's a 2 with the
Two.
help, and then I will spend a fate point
Perfect.
to put it up to a 4 using Stone Cold Manipulator, actually, because I've been here before. People don't have to know that. I'm gonna play this to my advantage. Yeah.
This is going to be an aspect which is that anybody can take advantage of, which is
Yes.
like a secret
Nooks and crannies.
nooks and crannies. Thank you. I do love English muffins. Nooks and crannies. And as you're walking through this place, that's with a free invoke. As you're walking through this place, you get to this inside the gazebo. There's a hedge maze, and the outside. This is a place that you note for the future. That if you wanted to meet with your brother to speak with him privately, this is a place where you could go and meet, because you have a big party and you're all on this estate, and this is a place where you could meet.
Or if anyone needs to meet,
If
say
anyone
we
needs
find
to-
someone very favorable
yes.
to our efforts, which is our goal here. Yeah.
And as you're walking back towards the estate, because the guests will be arriving soon, we're going to end as you can start hearing cars arriving.
Can I possibly, you know what? I'm going to create an advantage too because I've not
Please.
spent any fate points. And you
Please.
know,
Please.
you know, I got to
Yeah,
spend those
that's
fate
why I was
points.
like, I'm gonna make him for
Yes.
next week.
Yep.
I would, since he's all eyes on us, and
Yes.
all the ladies are here, I imagine by now.
No, they're arriving right now. We're at this moment where they're all arriving.
They're all kind of arriving.
Yes.
I
We're going to start
want
next session with
to-
everybody.
I would like to roll a deceive
Hmm.
to present myself as a good German to other Germans. He is German, and all the Germans here.
Which whom?
I'm sorry, the captain,
Yes.
this cheeky captain.
Yes.
Is he still like eyes on us? I'm guessing.
No, you're outside right now. He's
Your husband's here,
Perfect.
so he's actually drinking and playing
yes.
cards.
He's drinking with your
Perfect, so
husband right now.
because he's
that's
planning on
fine.
invading in the last 15 minutes
Yes.
rather than the first 15.
Perfect. Then
Yes.
I think
Unless
I'm just
there's a
going
trouble.
to set up.
Yes.
I think I would like to do it as a deceive.
Hmm.
Instead of rapport, presenting myself as a good German to other Germans.
Hmm.
I'm just going to set us up after we take our little walk and we come back to look
I'll
like
help.
the belle of the ball.
Hmm.
Regina
help.
wants to look like this. Look at
Yeah.
my new hair.
Yeah.
Look at my
Yeah,
beautiful.
because
straight
Freda
dress.
has new hair too, but
Yeah.
it's not
Right.
pre-Tom cut. She cut
Yeah.
hers herself, so you know she's
right.
gonna.
Preetam's cut is going around as like the
Mhm.
stylish thing.
Mhm.
I want to look, regardless of how I'm feeling on the
Yeah.
inside and how badly I want to bash that man's face in with
Mhm.
the alcohol bottle he took.
Mhm.
Regina wants to deceive everybody that everything is absolutely perfect, exactly as it should be, and set up for an
Picture
advantage.
perfect.
Yes,
Yeah.
please.
Absolutely picture perfect.
Roll it.
All right, 4, and you know what? Just for shits and giggles, I will
What,
split
5 because I helped.
5 because of my help,
Hmm.
and I'm gonna spend a fate point for a 7.
That will give you 2, and we'll call this,
Beautiful.
if you don't mind, the hostess with the mostest.
I love
Ooh.
that. Great
Please.
name for
Love it.
an aspect. Love that aspect, or love those advantages. Yes,
Uh,
yes.
Hostess with the mostest.
Hostess with the mostest. Yeah, perfect. So now we've got a bunch of advantages for next time, y'all.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask 2 questions.
Okay.
We are in a moment where everyone's beginning to arrive, and our captain is going off to this outbuilding to hang out with the boys.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to ask, Nalini, as you're sort of
Mhm.
moving into this building and you can start hearing guests arriving, is there anything you want to do to set yourself up or others for success? Noting, I will point out that your brother has never told you that he's a spy, and this is a weird set of conversation that's happening that people are saying very odd things to you. Is there anything you'd like to do?
I think yes. At some point, Nalini, when people are arriving, Nalini is going to go approach Ishwar
Mm-hmm. Yes.
and tell him in Hindi
Mm-hmm.
that Frieda is probably safe.
Mm-hmm.
Regina may be,
Mm-hmm.
but trust no one yet and listen. Basically,
I'm
another set of-
probably safe.
Yeah.
Another set of eyes and ears, essentially, is what she wants him to be.
Rapport.
Rapport. All right.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Can I assist by looking super like trustworthy?
Yes, if you have rapport,
Yes.
absolutely.
I do have rapport. Yes. I
Yes,
just look
like
the
honestly,
most-
knowing Hindi is what
Yes.
has bumped you a
Yeah.
category.
Absolutely. If you would roll rapport
Yeah.
for me.
I will do that.
Like maybe
with
he
that.
saw me speaking Hindi to you or something.
Superb
So the difficulty
With
for
the-
this is only
Yeah,
fair
nice.
rather than
with
good
the +1, yeah.
because he's your trusted person, which means you're going to get an advantage with 2 free invokes, and that advantage is going to be called extra eyes and ears.
Hmm.
So he is around, and you can draw on him at this point for things that will be useful. And as these guests start walking in, I'm going to pause right there because I want to give that last sentence. And after I see this one, Greg, the captain comes back out with this sort of bottle of scotch, and he's sort of moving. He comes into this. He's going to come into this space where you're at. Do you have an advantage you'd like to make before we close?
Yeah, I will quickly. Can I make one with fight or shoot that in the event that there's trouble in here, somebody can take advantage of it with either, blind corners or
Yes.
angles or checking your six or whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely. The question is, do you plan on doing fight or shoot? Because that will depend on the skill you want to use. Either one.
I'm going to use fight because it seems to be more applicable. And I can use my stunt with this too, since I'm with the other members of the cell. So
absolutely.
Great.
That'll be one free invoke, which will say this is like when you set you've set up your battlefield, right? Like we'll call it tactical awareness. You've got some tactical awareness.
Nice.
Absolutely. And as he comes in, he walks in with this bottle of scotch. And the prince is there, you're there, he's there, and he goes, well, holds the bottle of scotch. We need just one more, and then we can play bridge. And he sort of like nods to one of the soldiers who comes to sit down, and he comes in with this bottle, and he goes, this is going to be, I think, an excellent brunch. And as he says that, we pull out, and you can see some of the women arriving. And out of a car arrives one of the most stunning women that you all have seen before. Someone in a dress that is meant to draw attention to her. Someone who looks like, how do you describe it? Trouble on wheels, perhaps, let's say. And let me just show you all who she is. Nicoletta, this woman who is like, she just says femme fatale. That's just what she says. Like, it is...
Mm-hmm.
Trouble is what he's trying to say.
Yes.
She's trouble.
And she walks in, she comes in to arrive, and she has got the air of trouble as she arrives. And she sort of steps up towards this party as you're all out waiting to receive your guests. And she sees you, Nalini, and she smiles. A smile that is perhaps a tad like you are a delicious snack that she might just want to eat right up.
Cool.
And that is where we're going to call it for today.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Remember that ex-girlfriend I was talking about? I am so sorry. So sorry.
Oh,
yes.
No.
We are going to do our outros right now as our good captain smiles at our handsome gents in the back and a very friendly
Oh,
woman.
I'm so glad you made that Discover action. I have so many horrible plans for this man.
This is what Discover actions are for, is all I'm
Thank you,
saying.
Lindy. Thank you.
I do what I can.
So let us go around, and I want to start with Oscar. Greg, tell me who you are, where we can find you, and if you would give some love to somebody here on cast, it would be much appreciated. And let me ask you, how good's your bridge? That's what I want to know.
My bridge is as good as Oscar pretends it is, because that's what he does.
Yeah.
My name's Greg, Grimjack 21502, playing Oscar Mueller. Another great dive back into the City of Light and Shadows. Our guest, thank you very much for showing up. I give love to, because to jump right into the City of Light and Shadows, where we all have 17 names, and it's a system that you have to make shit up on the fly. No pressure. I mean, no pressure. It's like, hey, by the way, right now I'm this person, and right now I'm completely different. You've met neither of them, and I loved it. I thought it was great. I thought the dynamic was great. The reactions to learning more about Preetam when he seems to be like a Nazi superstar is one of my favorite things. It's like, oh, sign this poster. And oh yeah, your brother's doing the greatest work. It's like, oh, that's his girlfriend. What the fuck? Like, it's like all of these terrible, it's like he can't have a chance to explain. I love it.
Which was the best ever.
It's so super good. But that's me. I'm so glad. I can't wait to be back next Friday. I'm so glad that we'll all be back together to continue this little brunch that'll surely be awful and awesome at the same time. And if at all possible, Trooper, I'm going to jump because it's my wife's birthday and I hear singing upstairs. So I'm going to.
You're done.
Run.
I got to run. I love you all so much. I'll see you.
And wait, I got to get us to 3. There we go. Boom. So next up, I would like to go and toss it over to Frau Leixner. Dear Dot, who are you? Where can we find you and give some love? And also, how is your bridge? Or poker?
My bridge.
Card games. Because I feel like there's going to be a lot of, or chess,
Oh, okay. Well, I can answer that too. I'm Dot. You can find me where Little Red Dots are found online, mostly over at Kobold Press, where I'm the Twitch producer, and the rest of the time you can find me here on Unmade Gaming's channel and for my podcast Stitch of Fate, which just closed out. It's the 3rd season, everybody. Today, finale dropped today, which has been pretty huge for us. So thanks in advance for all of you that listen to that. I really appreciate it. Star. Yes, I'm gonna also give it to our guest. I could give it to you for having to step in, for not knowing all of the things, but the sass, the sibling sass. I am here for the sibling sass. Maybe you don't know, but we tend to keep both KP and Preetam a little on edge. And having your sass added to the mix was a glorious and joyous thing. I very much look forward to the continuation of that next week. So Star goes to you. Did I miss anything?
How's your bridge?
You asking, I Dot or Regina?
Regina.
Oh, well, I imagine Regina's pretty good at bridge. She's pretty good at most things that are both analytical and deceptive. So I imagine she would probably card shark the hell out of that table and take everybody's money before they realized it. That means, we've seen her play chess.
There was murder.
Dot, on the other hand, Dot loves poker. Y'all want to play some poker? I won't take your money, I promise.
Don't believe her.
Yeah, okay, that's true. Don't do that. Yeah, that's it. I imagine Regina could probably sit down and between her deception skills, the bluffing, and reading people, she would be able to
and her academics too.
And her academics, she could clear a table in a heartbeat. Counting cards, man. She could count cards with her eyes closed. There you go. That's what I think I'm trying to say.
Then let's go over to Lindy.
That's me. Hi, I'm Lindy. Love, obviously our wonderful guest Pooja, who I missed. I missed playing with. I'd love to just the sisterness in general, because Freida's been almost a sisterly figure to Preetam, and so to see his actual sister come up, I'm like, yes, finally. And it makes me very happy. But also just like, your look is phenomenal tonight. I'm here for it. So there's that. Love to Dot / Regina for building up that solid reputation of just being atrocious to the help. I just loved how even this captain on a completely different side of the town is like, no, this bitch throws things at the maids. Like, I just appreciate the dedication that she's put into building that reputation, and it just brings me such joy.
I'm so glad. I'm sure eventually it's going to come back to bite her in the ass one day, but for now, she's still riding high. She has to be, she's got to be more of a I hate to use the B word, but she's got to be more of a B word than her ex, right? Who's the actual B word incarnate.
I don't know I think she's beyond that word. She might be a C word.
Oh no.
Cthulhu? Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yes, Regina is walking Cthulhu of Paris. Yes, absolutely.
I think Nicoletta
I have stepped out of genre.
Word. But yes, Nicoletta's the C word. Which I guess Freida's gonna finally meet Nicoletta.
Yeah.
For the first time. So yes, that's my trooper love for forcing us all to get together in the same room with a bunch of important people in power in Paris. And of course, love for Greg at the train station. Oh, my heart went out for him. I was like, oh no, especially after the hard time Oscars just went through recently. Just my heart. And then Just I love all the shit we're heaping on KP. That's it. That's my love. Just
Sorry, KP.
I'm not sorry. I'm loving
we
it.
love you. We love you so much.
I love you, and that's why we want to heap shit on you.
And last but not least, Pooja, who's agreed to be here next week, which I'm so excited for. Who are you? Where can we find you?
Online at Laugh Love Lindy. That's it. I'm finished now. Yes. Yeah, I just gave love first because that's what I do.
Right, you do.
I get it. I do. Yeah.
Yes, and then give love.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. I am Pooja. You can find me on Twitter at Pooja and at Poojaberwalkie on Instagram, Twitch, etc. I play lots of games in lots of places. Tomorrow I'll be over on Strange Hungers, on Total Party Kiss, playing Strange Hungers in the afternoon, which is a horror campaign, homebrew, wonderful, all queer table. We love it. We stand it. Tuesday, I will be over on Manapot Studios, where my friends and I are playing 4 Sherlock Holmes and a vampire, which is in the bundle for trans rights in Texas.
Nice.
So please support that bundle. It's a cause very close to me, and it's in my literal backyard. So really appreciate your support of that. And then I can't think of anything else in the middle, so I'll be back here on Friday. And if there's something that happens in the middle, you can find out on my Twitter. And so much love for everything this session. As y'all know, I came in completely not knowing what I was doing. And
you nailed it.
Big hearts to everybody at this table for being incredibly welcoming. Dot, I loved you and the captain, and have never wanted to murder somebody like hand in hand with a character.
I tried.
So that was the first.
This is her entire existence. Is meeting men in which she wants to kill because they're hot.
I love it. I feel like she was my self-insert in that moment.
Yes.
I really appreciate it.
There's a great murder hedge maze right around the corner.
It's true.
Yes. Lindy, I don't know much about Frieda. I've heard about Frieda from back in our other game days. I was very glad to meet her, and I cannot wait to get the dirt on what my brother's been up to in this time.
Because I suspect that maybe she might be able to find out about what her brother's been up to from
Freda
other people who are not her
Freda
brother.
will totally dish it.
Oh yeah. This is a fact-finding mission.
Oh,
and
look, Regina's ready to spill beans because she's got a real purpose for his sister being here. Like, you have to understand, she's an agent, y'all.
Yeah.
It's so funny too, because the fact of the matter is Regina plays the crappy housewife, but she's in charge of this team of SOE agents. Like, she's captain of this team, and like, she has a plan, and she desperately needs your help to make it happen. So she'll spill all the beans you want.
I'm so excited. Well, because she needs a lot of information, because the brother that left all that time ago could not give fewer fucks about anything. I'm sorry, am I allowed to curse here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, just checking.
Yes,
I just don't like calling ladies the B
I'm
word.
allowed
Oh,
here.
fair.
Yeah.
That's honestly just me. No, I
Yeah.
just don't like to call ladies the B
No,
word.
that's fair. I usually drop F-bombs a lot.
Perfect. Drop
but
all
yeah.
F-bombs you want.
But that's the thing, right? Like, he didn't care, and now he's picking a stance on either side is going to be confusing.
Yeah.
Yes.
For someone who decidedly was just like, doesn't matter, whatever. So I'm very excited about that. He's not here right now, but big love to Greg, not only for the scene at the train station, but I also loved that scene between the captain and him, because I love power plays against people you want to punch in the face but you can't. It's a delicious move, and of course
that's a tagline for this show.
Yeah.
The captain's a terrible human being. Like, he's not a good person.
Oh, he made the list today. Before he not important enough. Today he made the list.
Oh, he should have been on the list a long time ago. He's like,
well, you know what? He worked his way in.
Oh, that's good. I do note it's interesting that like his like terrorizing Lizette didn't get him on the list, but his insulting Regina got him on her list. I just think that's fascinating. That's all.
He's been on Freida's list for a while.
Yeah. Well, he deserves to be in all the lists.
Oh yeah, he should be on all the lists.
KP, big love to, because I told him up front I'm here to bug you as a sibling, and in another game I play the serious sibling, and so I'm getting all sorts of revenge, and he has to roll with it. And then, of course, Trooper, big love for having me here, for creating this wonderful world, for looking into the things as deeply and with as much love as you do to create this place for us to experience atrocities, but in a safe way. Big love, and I cannot wait to be here next week.
I also want to know who's going to be murdered, or if anyone's being murdered at all, or like psychically murdered. It's really, I want to know. And
Emotionally murdered.
Emotionally murdered. Although Regina did meet him at the last party because he was the one who greeted you all. You just didn't talk to him because, he was working. That's all. I believe Lindy has an announcement though.
I do my game schedule. We have a once a month Aliens tabletop RPG game, and that is tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern. So if you like being terrified and maybe fighting chest bursters, if I remember where we left off correctly, and cults in the middle of literally nowhere in space, then tune in. Because I'm gonna be terrified, and I'm the captain, and for some reason I have responsibility, and it's gross. But yeah, that's gonna be fun. And then just follow me online for the rest of everything. Like I'm in The Witcher with Trooper on Sundays, and on my own channel on Mondays and Tuesdays. So,
thank you for that. I want to read out the messages that we got for today from our donations and our tips and bits. We have. From Rissa, our mod, 100 bits in the beginning to say, "Ooh, Trooper is so mean to keep us from helping out our favorite cell." Oh yeah, not yet. You're all in the doghouse. You're not in the doghouse. We get Hawkeye gave us 850 bits and says, "Here's to the family reunion." So thank you for that. We also Rissa gave us 300. Said, "Ooh, best of luck tonight to our protagonists," which they're going to need it especially next week. We also got 600 from Rissa being like, "Ooh, it was nice knowing you, Preetam," as Preetam's secrets have been being slowly spilled to his sister. 100 bits from Willen, who's our chronicler, who said, "Ooh, great to have you, Pooja." And a $25 donation from Void Smoker, who's been doing some amazing fan art, who said, "Oh, please don't burn down Lizette's mansion." I don't know.
Not the goal. If it means anything, the mansion can stay.
Not the goal, but not off the
You know what?
table.
Oscar's not here this time to go on a rampage.
That's
so
true. It might not be burned
there'll
down this
be
time.
very little to cover up, hopefully.
He's playing bridge.
He is here at the estate. There might be burning down. We don't know. And I will say I am troopersjp. I was your GM for today, and I'm very happy that Pooja can be here next week so we can have an entire session full of party brunch. And I will say to all of you out there in chat, I want to let you all know that their handler Falstaff would probably have been murdered had it not been for the brave actions of the group who were guesting in last week. Also, some children would have been captured had it not been for the brave actions of our group last week. And the SS is in a really bad space right now, thanks to the actions of our group who were guests last week. So there's a lot moving around, and we will find out how that goes.
Sorry, I had to do that.
It's good. So thank you all for being here, and we will see you all later. I've got to go bleach and dye my facial hair. So
gasp. Color guesses, everybody. Put those color guesses in chat.
I can't guess because I know.
Oh no.
It's a new color, everybody.
Ooh,
I'm excited.
So everyone, take care. We'll see you all next week. Bye.